Okay, so welcome everyone. I'll call the City of Homestead presentation agenda to order. Today is, what is today? Today is August 17th, 17th, yes, 2022. It's Wednesday and it is almost 5:30. We have one item this evening. I'd like to call Kevin Pedersen to join me up here at the podium. So I don't know if he knew what he was coming for or not, but
I thought I was getting paid.
Kevin's one of the good guys in our community, and he's got a really special honor coming his way later this month. And since this is the only council meeting or public meeting left before that happens, I wanted to take a moment and recognize that. So we're going to do a proclamation. Whereas Kevin Pedersen began his wrestling career at Miami Palmetto High School, where in 1976, you are old.
I'm old.
He was the undefeated state champion and an academic and athletic All-American wrestler. And in 1980, Kevin graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point. If any of these dates are wrong, we'll get Michelle to fix it.
I did get a waiver for my height to get in.
Okay. From 1980 to 86, Kevin was an officer in the United States Army, 24th Infantry Division, serving as platoon leader, commanding officer, and battery commander. And from 1991 to 2012, Kevin served as a senior special agent in the United States Drug Enforcement Administration. He twice received the DEA's Administrator's Award for Valor, awarded for outstanding bravery above and beyond what is expected in the line of duty. He also received the Law Enforcement Officer of the Year for the Southern District of Florida. And Kevin and Michelle have owned and operated Goodyear Tire and Service Center in Homestead since 2001, and he'll be fast to tell you that that's Michelle's Goodyear Tire.
I do not own this.
No. And he's returned to his wrestling roots for a period of time and also served as a wrestling coach at Westminster Christian School. Kevin was also the subject of the Emmy-nominated ESPN SportsCenter feature film, Pin Kings, the astonishing story of how two wrestling teammates from Miami came to oppose each other in the cocaine wars. One is a drug smuggler, the other is a DEA agent. Now, on August 27th this year, Kevin will be inducted into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame for the Florida chapter and awarded the designation of Outstanding American in recognition of his service to country, community, the sport of wrestling, and his faith. Now therefore, I, Stephen Lossner, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Homestead, Florida, do hereby proclaim August 27th, 2022 as Kevin Pedersen Day in Homestead. And I see some typos, we'll fix it. Here, please. The mic is yours. Get warmed up for next weekend.
I'm not running. I can tell you this, I'm not running for office. There's too much in the background for that. I'm a product of South Florida. I started working down here in Homestead when I got out of the Army with my father-in-law across the street over there at that Goodyear store. And then from there, I went into the DEA. I was called. I think God called me to go into law enforcement. You know that. Some of my Bible study guys are here, my men's group. We go where God calls us, and he called me into law enforcement. I'm very thankful for that. But he used the great sport of wrestling, and he does. I know this is South Dade area. I mean, you got the Gladiators. You got the best wrestling program, one of the best in Florida, and high school here. But he uses the great sport of wrestling to instill principles and strength into young men and young women that they then can use later in their careers. And I believe that the sport of wrestling did that for me. Champion wrestlers can accomplish anything in life. I'm convinced of that. I know that. They'll never quit. So whatever endeavor they're called to, I think they're going to do very well. I've been blessed. I've been blessed with a great wife and a great family that have endured many things that I've had to do across the world. But God is good. I am grateful to work right across the street every day. The things that are happening in this town are great. You guys are doing a great job. I'm very thankful for y'all. As a business owner, you support us well, and we're very thankful for that. And I am humbled. When I got a letter, and last year was a tough year for me. My mom had passed the year before. We had COVID. We had an audit going on over there from the state of Florida, something none of y'all want. And I can tell you, when I thought I was kind of getting down and out for the count, I got a letter in the mail that said, you're being inducted in the National Wrestling Hall of Fame as an outstanding American. And I was a great high school wrestler. I was a national champion high school wrestler. But I didn't wrestle when I got to West Point because I had a 1.2 grade point average. And I had a lot of guys in college my age that was their blood alcohol level was about that on a monthly basis. But so I decided to quit wrestling and get on to being an Army officer and doing my job. But the Hall of Fame has seen fit to take my years of experience in life into account and induct me into the Hall based on that, because I was a very good wrestler at a certain point. And I love coaching, and I love giving. I'm surrounded by people that give. I've got great friends, and I'm very thankful, Steve, that you, I mean, I can't believe this is happening. I've been around this city a long time. I never thought this would happen. So thank you very much. And I know you'll be there Saturday.
It's our pleasure. You certainly deserve this. And you know, if you'd like to have your friends and family come forward, we'll do some pictures. And I just want to say, you know, I like standing next to you better than I like standing next to this guy.
It makes you feel taller.
Makes me feel a lot better.
I've been short a long time.
So y'all come on down.
I was an undefeated state champ in high school as a senior at a
Are we ready? Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Today is Wednesday, August 17th, 2022. This is the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting, and it is 5:38 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Fletcher.
Present.
Board Member Abila. Present. Board Member Bailey. Board Member Roth.
Here.
Board Member Fairclough Staggers. Vice Chairman Guzman. Chairman Losner.
Here.
Lawrence Ventura, ex officio.
Very good. Mr. Cordino, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
No, sir.
Very good. All right, we have before us the minutes of our July 27th meeting. Do we have a motion for approval? Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? All right, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have strictly legislative items this evening on the agenda. I'll go ahead and read the title. James White is appearing virtually, so to the extent we need his input, he is available. Tab 2 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Crystal Lakes Planned Unit Development Master Development Plan as requested by HSYFT Campbell LLC to permit all retail commercial zoning district B1 uses and retail commercial B2 drive-through restaurant and self-storage uses for the property generally located on the southwest corner intersection of Northeast 8th Street, Campbell Drive, and Southwest 147th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Pearl. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. We're recommending that the mayor and council approve the requested amendment to the previously approved Crystal Lakes PUD master plan to authorize retail uses permitted under the restricted retail commercial B1 district and drive-through restaurant and self-storage uses permitted under the B2 districts. The applicant intends to incorporate a program for future development and includes restaurants, drive-through restaurants, medical office building, a hotel, self-storage facility, and as such, they're requesting this amendment to the PU master plan. Well, again, we're recommending approval, and if you have any questions, we're able to answer them.
Board members, any questions at this level of discussion? Board Member Avila?
Thank you. This is the property that's going next to the racetrack gas station and the Palace Gardens, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I have no issues with this application. However, I would like to strike some of the verbiage regarding the self-storage and maybe hold that into abeyance or just have them come back with an application. So is that something that you need that to be of the record now, or do I just table that discussion for our council meeting?
My opinion is if we want to strike specific language, we do it now, so you know what you're voting on. You can vote to strike that language, and then we can incorporate that into the, this is the first reading, we can incorporate that into the second reading in the ordinance.
Thank you. So for my colleagues, what I'd like to have you all consider is that with the discussion we had last meeting with the hospital corridor on Campbell Drive and possibly making amendments to the land use map there to allow for commercial and residential mixed type of development, I think that allowing a PUD change to add storage in this particular parcel on this side of the of Homestead isn't really the best use of the area. And if we strike just that portion of it, we can proceed with the application for development for the front parcel, so no delay on the Chick-fil-A or the drive-through restaurant, and no delay on the rear end of the parcel, but it'll at least table anything regarding storage, and then they can always apply for that PUD change when they have the application for development for the storage, should we not have done anything relating to the land use map. Does that make sense? So that's how I would like to formulate this.
All right. Well, I know they have the applicant's representatives are here. Let's hear from one or both of them.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. Alex Arias on Brickell Avenue. With respect to the self-storage use, this is a use that, based on the market study and the mix of uses that's being proposed for this project, seems like there's a significant demand, and it's a use that would mesh well with the proposed mix of uses. This is first reading right now. We still have a month in which we can discuss with the council in further detail. Please keep in mind that if there was a self-storage use, which there are conversations ongoing about that potential use, the site plan for it would have to come before you. The design, the height, every element of that project would have to come before you and be approved with a full design package. What we would ask for right now is just in between first and second reading, not to strike the language. Let us continue to engage in conversation, see how maybe we can put you at ease with respect to the rest of the uses on the site and continue to work with the council. At second reading, it can always be stricken if that is your desire, but in the interim, we would just request to keep working and seeing if there's anything that we can do.
Board Member Avila?
I completely respect that, and I understand why you would want us to go in that direction. And I want to be a yes vote on this. So that's why I'm hoping that you would be amendable to allowing us to strike it and always being able to bring it back. So there's no prejudice. I'm not against the storage idea, but I would hate to cloud this property or any applications or any foresight and vision of it with storage when we have some really exciting changes coming up for discussion. I mean, I'd like to hear my colleagues on this now.
Board members, anyone wish to weigh in? Board Member Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I agree with you in some respects, but also at the same time, I agree with the applicant that, you know, we have plenty of time before we even get to the meat and bones of this project. So depending on the rest of the council's feel, I'm ready to move forward with it as written. But, you know, if you all decide to change that as well, please, you know, that will satisfy other members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Avila makes a really good point, and sometimes we'd like to see if there were further studies to see if there were alternatives, or what would be the demand? What is the study that shows the demand? Because obviously I understand there's a lot of rooftops there, and it could potentially serve as something needed in that area to have, you know, storage. But storage isn't typically the highest and best use for a city that is trying to drive economic development. You know, it wouldn't be our first choice. So sometimes if we have additional studies showing the demand of storage, and I don't know what that study would be, but I'd be interested in seeing that. So I could completely understand where my colleague is going with this, and I tend to agree with her. Thank you.
Board Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. I've never been a fan of the self-storage. It doesn't bring jobs. I feel like it's just a bit of a waste on many different aspects, but I know there is a need for it, but I would like to see that out somewhere a little further away. It's not something that people need to visit daily or weekly, so something outside of the busier area I think would be a much better fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from anyone to my right? Mr. Roth.
Sure, why not? Thank you. I think I'd like to hear more and see more information. There is a need, I think, for storage out there. I don't know that if we do strike the language, if we can bring it back, I'm not sure how that all works. We still have an opportunity to curtail this as we move forward. And I mean, we just had a storage place open right down the street from there as well, behind the racetrack gas station, just to the west of there. So I, you know, either way, it doesn't matter. We're going to see this again down the road. So I'm okay with whatever council wishes to proceed with. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me weigh in. I'm concerned too. You know, the potential addition of potential market rate rental housing at that location aside, I'm not a fan of any more self-storage facilities either. They don't create jobs. I think they're kind of stagnant in the tax base. And I think that they reflect on the bigger picture that we have approved that as a city contains too many houses that are too small that don't have enough storage. It's just not, for me, it's something that's just not appealing or attractive. And I want to make note of the fact that, you know, if we approve a self-storage use and they come back with a site plan that doesn't require any variances, our hands are tied. So I guess the ultimate question is we need to know whether or not the removal of this use at this time will defeat the other two uses that would tend to be going forward.
It will not. The site plans that you have moving forward on the next reading do not include the self-storage. The self-storage is just a proposed use coming forward in the future. So it will not impact the site plan in any way, shape, or form.
No, in that regard, I would like us to go ahead and entertain a motion to strike that as the councilwoman suggested
So
at this
moved.
point. Do we have a second for the strike? We have a motion and a second to strike the self-storage portion of this item. Is there any further question or comment from Members of the board, Mr. Cordino, are we missing anything? Is there anything else we need to do?
No, sir, I think it's that simple. We're looking in the, basically in the title block of the ordinance where, that's where the reference to self-storage is. We'll just simply remove, we're just going to scratch through self-storage, put an and before. The language would read this, in my opinion. An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previous approved Crystal Lakes Plan Unit Development PUD Master Plan as required by SYFT Campbell LLC to permit all retail commercial zoning district B1 uses and retail commercial B2 drive-through restaurant and drive-through restaurant, scratch, and self-storage uses, and then continue with the rest of the paragraph. So that's what we would do. That's how we would bring it forward in the next meeting.
Very good. All right, if there's nothing further then, Mr. Attorney, do we need to have a roll call, or can we just have a voice vote on
No,
at
we
this
can,
level?
we can take a voice vote. This is to move it forward with the amendment, with the strike-through of the
Okay, so
self-storage.
Madam Clerk? Well, this is on the motion to strike.
Board Member Roth? Board Member Fletcher? Board Member Avila? Board Member Bailey?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Lossner?
Yes. All right, so now we need to a motion to approve as amended. Moved, seconded. Roll call on the balance of the application.
Board Member Fletcher? Board Member Roth? Board Member Bailey? Board Member Avila? Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Lossner?
Yes. And thank you.
Mayor, I have a question first off.
Yes.
The second reading would come up when?
Second reading would be next month.
Next month?
Well,
That's up-
this is really,
This is
our
LPA.
role as P and Z, so there's going to be
You're going to hear it again in
more hearings.
20 minutes, right?
Right.
Give or take.
But the next one would be
Then the
next
second
month.
reading would be next month, should it pass the city council.
Okay, and,
That would be September.
okay, so assuming it passes city council, with regard to the next council meeting or next hearing, that's 5 weeks from now. Is there any way to expedite that? It seems pretty far away. Does it have to be 5 weeks for any
You
reason?
could have a special call meeting and we could bring it back, but that's our next meeting.
Okay, is that something that we can, discuss after this meeting and, consult with staff and applicant and then pull the,
Sure. I
Council
mean, I think
later?
that's your prerogative to call a special call meeting if you want to hold anything. We would just need 2 weeks
weeks.
advance notice so that we can advertise this legally.
understood, thank
3
you.
weeks.
3 weeks?
You
Okay,
save-
so,
You save 2 weeks.
excellent, okay.
Save 2 weeks.
Thank you, just for my knowledge, I appreciate it.
Well, and in that regard, and look, we all want the Chick-fil-A here as quickly as possible, but there are a lot of other applicants that have paid a lot of money and spent a lot of time, and if we're going to have a special call and something else is ready to go, let's do that as well. Let's not start picking and choosing the winners here by expediting the calendar. All right, next item, tab 3, Mr. Pearl.
Mr. Mayor, tabs 3 through 5, I can introduce collectively if you'd like, as we normally do, and then you can have a discussion. We'll take a vote individually. Tab 3 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan by amending the text of the Plan Urban Neighborhood Future Land Use category contained in Objective 2, Policy 2.1, providing for transmittal of this ordinance to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and all other units of local government or governmental agencies as required under Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, providing for adoption pursuant to Section 163, 3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan, providing for repeal of conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 4 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan by amending general standards and regulating sub-area zoning regulations for the neighborhood mixed-use and commercial sub-areas, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan, and providing for an effective date. And tab 5 is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3, District Regulations, Division 23, Planned Urban Neighborhood District, Section 30-396.40, Maximum Density, Section 30-396.42A, Designation of PUNs, Section 30-396.44, Maximum Density, and Section 30-396.62 sub-areas to permit an increase in residential net density within the southwest planned urban neighborhood mixed use and commercial sub-areas from a maximum 15 dwelling units per acre to 20 dwelling units per acre for properties located west of South Chrome Avenue, and further amending Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 1, generally, Section 30-398, Unified Residential Minimum Unit Size Requirements, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Corradino,
Yes, sir.
in lay terms.
Okay, so in plain English, what we're doing, because we're in the southwest neighborhood, we have to go through multiple levels of amendments. We have the planned unit, the PUN, the planned urban neighborhood that we have to do. We have to amend the master plan, right? And then we amend the zoning code. Remember, the southwest neighborhood is a part of the zoning code, but it's its own special planned urban neighborhood, of which there are several. So it's kind of out of the regular code. And so what we're doing is amending all three of those to go through the process. All three are done on first reading, and so we can go back and do these later. And effectively, we're doing a handful of things as we do that, right? We are taking the maximum density from 15 units to 20 units an acre. And again, this is the area, a certain area west of Chrome Avenue. We are setting minimum residential unit size requirements. We are amending the general standards for the sub-area, general standards in there, and then further clarifying a little bit of language for the architectural vision. So what we've provided in our staff analysis are essentially a strike through and underline of the changes that are going to be made, and they then are outlined in the backup. And if you have any specific questions on that, we can answer it. But that's what we're doing. We'll make those changes. If you ratify that tonight, we go to the city council. If they approve that, then we come back to the city council on second reading at the next meeting, and then these, no? Oh, we need to send this to the state of Florida for the comp plan. Once they review it within 45 days, then we can come back for second reading. And we're recommending approval.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, board members, questions, comments? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cordino, I wanted to ask if we addressed the minimum lot size in these changes for that area.
No, we've addressed minimum unit sizes and not minimum lot sizes.
Because I thought in one of our last meetings,
We had this discussion, and we're taking two bites of the apple, waiting to incorporate those in a second amendments to move forward the things that you had collectively agreed upon already, and then we'll come back to the lot unit size in the single-family area is what you're referring to, that we're planning on bringing forward in a subsequent amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board Member Bailey.
Thank you. Under the master plan amendment, where it has the architectural standards and then goes into the walls and the facades, as we're discussing things that might scare developers away, we talk about using only pastels or white, but then saying it could be wood, and staying away from earth tones. Do we need to get that specific? Why would we ask to stay away from earth tones? And wood is allowed.
My personal opinion is all of that is very restrictive and prescriptive, and perhaps not necessary. It's just a personal preference on behalf of the council. A lot of cities do have color palettes and architectural designs and those types of things, and a lot of them don't. And it tends to, in the cities that do, it tends to increase. It's an increased regulation, so it tends to add time to it. There's, maybe you need architectural review boards to go through this stuff, and a lot of it is highly subjective. And so it's not necessary. It's just a personal preference based on the city that's doing it.
Personally, I would like us to increase the colors that are allowed. I think that's pretty silly. The next thing is, this would apply to commercial as well, correct?
No,
Or this is
just-
strictly
this is just for-
residential?
this is
Okay,
just
so the
residential.
400 square feet of a blank wall would not apply to any of the commercial buildings?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, well, would we have to be specific tonight in discussing what colors are allowed? Or can we scratch the non-earth tones?
I think if you wanted to make changes, now's the time to suggest them.
We can do it before first and second reading if there's something that you feel
We can do it in
strongly about.
between as well.
Yeah, we can take that direction tonight, and those changes will be brought back for you and incorporated for second reading.
You know, going as far to talk about the trim colors have to be lighter than the building. That is under color and paint palette. To have a dark trim on a light building, I just think it's,
If you look at the way I dress, you wouldn't ask me about the colors of buildings. Bad idea.
any suggestions as far as some easy ways to let this be a little less restrictive?
My personal preference would be to take it all out. I'm not a big fan of being prescriptive on the color palette. Have you seen our color palette? I've got a graphic in my office in Doral of our color palette, and I think there's 50, shades of gray, right? I mean, is that literally what it is? Not to be facetious.
But let's not confuse the issue. That is the commercial color palette that Mr. Cordino's talking about,
It's a lot.
which we're going to see again. We're going to see again very soon.
A lot of gray.
What would a mirror of another area in the city look like?
Excuse me?
If we took the northwest, for example, or the east side, are they restricted to
No,
use
I think
earth
we have,
tones?
I think we have a citywide color palette, at least for the commercial buildings, commercial and multifamily buildings. So, I don't know if you necessarily notice the color palette, maybe in a place like Miami Beach, when you want to force pastels or certain architectural styles, you start to notice things because they group together. But I've never noticed it's done anything but complicate the process in Homestead because, again, it's very prescriptive, and it seems like it's almost people feel like it's an over-regulation here when we start to actually pick their colors for them. It's never necessarily been received in a positive light.
So if we were to scratch the color palette completely and somebody came to us with a neon pink building, we could just ask them during that meeting to...
No, they would be able to paint it neon pink. I mean, I guess you could ask them not to, but they would have the right to do it. I don't know. It's funny. I don't know if you look at places without color palettes, if you get a whole bunch of crazy stuff. I mean, I've not necessarily run into that before.
Well, I think we're not against the pastel shades or white, and I think we're not against the earth tones, so let's just make it inclusive and not exclusive of the earth tones. So that what's being excluded are the highlighter neon colors.
That would be better
And then if
than
there's,
how it's written.
an applicant can always ask for a variance, right? If it's a color that doesn't necessarily fit this
Yeah, if you want to
definition.
do a neon pink, you could ask for the neon pink variant.
Right, so an applicant could always ask for an exception to that rule, but I think overall, pastel shades, white, which was already existing, and then adding the earth tones, what is the difference? What was it before?
Ask me, I was not paying attention.
What was the difference? Like, what was it before? What was the color requirements before the change?
I'm going to go back and look at those. I think I would have to go back and look at it. I don't recall right offhand. What the attorney just suggested was that I think I understand what you're asking for. Maybe we should go back in between first and second reading and water this down a little bit so that we don't have to work through it necessarily right now. We probably come up with a better solution. Maybe we'll talk to you in between, and then we can come up with a better version. And if we don't have it right then we can go through this exercise of scratching it out. But I think I understand what you're asking for, and let us put our heads together.
I think if we can add the earth tones in there and just take out the whole paragraph about trim color, once we're setting what colors are acceptable, then trim color is up to the developer. I would be perfectly fine with that.
Okay,
Chairman.
we'll work on that between first and second reading, and if it's not acceptable, we can modify it in detail then.
And that'll give us the opportunity to see what was versus what's proposed, so we can just move it forward tonight and then further massage it between true first and second. Anything further from the board on, yes, Vice Chair?
When was our color palette ordinance implemented?
I don't, when? 2004.
Remember, that's solely as to commercial.
Yeah. So the commercial buildings that don't fall within, do we just send code enforcement to cite them?
Are we doing that? Well, yeah, that's what we're supposed to be doing,
Okay.
In theory.
Okay.
theory.
And we're gonna have that bigger conversation, yeah.
But the color topic we're talking about is for residential.
Correct.
The
Yeah,
color
this
palette that
one
exists.
Southwest residential.
Correct, and the color palette that exists is the commercial color palette
Right,
that was
that-
being referenced.
Citywide.
Okay, okay, got it.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna need to take them one at a time. Do we have a motion on tab 3? We have a motion by Board Member Avila and a second by Board Member Bailey to approve tab 3, which is a text amendment to the planned urban neighborhood language. All right, any further? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Fletcher? Board Member Roth? Board Member Bailey? Board Member Avila? Vice Chairman Guzman? Chairman Lossner?
Yeah. All right, motion on tab 4. You have a motion by Board Member Avila on tab 4, second by Board Member Bailey. Any further discussion? This would be the, now, this provides for density or unit size, tab 4? All right, either way, we have a motion and a second. Let's, yeah.
Tab 4 is both.
All right, roll call.
Yeah, tab 4 is both.
Board Member Fletcher?
The master plan.
Board Member Bailey? Board Member Avila? Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Lossner?
Oh,
Motion carries.
and tab 5. We have a
Mr.
motion?
Mayor, I'm sorry I wasn't able to vote. There was going to be a no vote. Thank you.
All right. And finally, do we have a motion for approval on tab 5? Do by Board Member Avila. Second by Board Member Bailey.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Council, Board Member Fletcher.
So I'm sorry, I was kind of zoned out on the color palette discussion. So I'm having a pretty big issue here with decreasing the lot sizes, or increasing the lot size, basically, increasing the density. Okay. We're basically moving from 15 units per acre to 20. So your standard square footage currently is 2,904 square feet for 15 units per acre. And if you move that to 20 units per acre, it goes down to 2,100 square feet, 2,178. Those are pretty small units, and then you have to put a place in there for vehicle parking. This is basically turning into what I think is going to be more condos. So I will not be supporting tab 5. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll fully expand my comments in the council meeting tonight, but I think it's beyond that. This does nothing but incentivize subsidized housing in the Southwest. When you're increasing density and reducing the unit sizes down to this, it is doing nothing but saying to those who build that kind of housing, come on into Homestead. The only reason it hasn't been thus far is because of the densities that we've maintained and the unit sizes that we've maintained. So I believe that by adoption of this, we are going to crystallize and perpetuate the moniker of HUDstead. There's no nice way to put it. This is not housing people, this is warehousing people by adopting these unit sizes. So, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Chair?
I just wanted to bring back, we got this information from the workshop. That's what we were set out to do. So as a group, this is what we all decided to do collectively, which is why we had the workshop. So I'm just kind of not understanding where you're going.
We got a lot of input from people who make their living, who stood at this podium and stood in the workshop and said, we need to be able to build more and we need to be able to build smaller. That's where the hard decisions come. On this side of the table, we are charged with creating that balance between the free market and what's good for the community. And I don't feel that this does anything but create the absolute guarantee of a plethora of more subsidized housing. None of you even ask how many more units this is going to mean. I bothered to ask Development Services. This change in density is going to be another 212 units. When we look at the RTZ ordinance tonight, if it passes as proposed, there is a parcel that's slightly in excess of 4 acres in the city of Homestead, in the RTZ zone, that will be permitted to be developed at 25 stories in height at just over 1,000 units. So if you're after density to support your downtown, in theory, there's your density. So we're going to add 200, and the county's about to add, when you back out the units that are already on that site, let's say 980 more units. There's your density, and all we need to do is look northward on US 1 between here and Cutler Bay and know exactly what that is going to be. I do not feel we can build a community that we want when we already have an imbalance of rental properties. By your own statistics, but in your solar item tonight, we're showing a community that's already 59% rental. So we're talking another 1,200 units potentially in the Southwest, 25 stories high, most of it. No, this is not, in my opinion, this is not the silver bullet to make good things happen in the Southwest. Not unit size, and certainly not density, and certainly not unit size. And when you look at what's coming, if your argument is density, the county's going to stick that in our ear anyway.
Great points, Mr. Mayor. All I was saying is when we did our workshop, I thought we were all on the same page, and now today it's something different. So that's where I was going. But I understand what you're saying.
4 is all it takes. 4 is just as good as all.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, so did we have a motion and a second on tab 5? We're on tab 5 now? Mr. Pearl, were we on 5? Tab 5? Yeah. Okay. Did we have a motion and a second? We did. Okay. Mr. Kraft, wait a minute. We got to get your microphone. Okay.
While they're doing that, can I?
Sure.
You got me a little concerned now about the county and what they're proposing and bringing into the city, which we have no say over. So can you elaborate more, maybe Mr. Cordino? Joe?
Well, briefly, we'll talk about this. It's on the council agenda.
Okay, so.
But the RTZ, as proposed, provides that county-owned property within
County-owned, okay.
the zone in a municipality can be developed without municipal input or any jurisdictional control at the density and height of the RTZ ordinance. The RTZ ordinance, because of the distance of those county-owned properties from our stations, would allow, with no input on our part, 25 stories in height, 250 units per acre.
All right, enough said.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we wouldn't have been able to control that anyways. So all we can control is what we set out to do in the workshop. We don't know if the county is going to do that. I mean, we can make all types of regulations. That doesn't mean it's coming tomorrow because the market might not be ready for that. So I don't think it's worth, and you wrote a great letter to the county commission, you know, letting them know our position and things that we want and do not want, which is all we can do. But we're not going to be able to control what the county, you know, has as of right.
Well, they don't have it as of right now, but I think it is a factor that we should consider in moving forward to create additional densities on our own, knowing that that may be foisted upon us in the near future. Hey, when you look at the county mayor's pronouncements of 18,000 more affordable units and all these hundreds of millions of dollars that the county is going to throw at the affordable housing crisis, it doesn't take long to figure out that we are in the crosshairs for those units to be parked in our backyard.
Understood.
Remember Roth?
Thank you. And just as a side note, you know, as we're talking about the southwest section, there hasn't been anything built in the southwest section new in many, many, many years. There may be a few infill houses, things like that. And I think we have to consider that as this body, as why hasn't any development happened besides the moratorium on the sewer? Because now we don't have that issue anymore. And I'm not comfortable with lot sizes being changed, but we need to find the remedy to help spur additional residential growth in the southwest section. Everything we have in the southwest section, for the most part, was built in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. So they're dilapidated, they're falling apart, and because of the rental percentages, there's no pride in community out there. So I don't know, you know, where we go with this. We've had many discussions on this. We know the Southwest Section Master Plan is very inhibited to developer building, but I think we need to, you know, take a step back and say, what is it can we do to help spur some new life in the Southwest Section, because it's just not there. And I just think, but I think the minimal lot size is small already, and we had examples of that at the last meeting where we saw that some of these lot sizes are like 2,500, 2,700, 2,900 square feet, and some of those houses were 400 or 500 square feet on themselves. So, I mean, those are issues that we can't change because they were there in the 40s and the 50s and the 30s or whatever they were. So, yeah, I think we need more work when it comes to this. You know, changing density is not always the right answer, but we need to talk to some of those folks that could give us the right answers that, hey, this is, if you gave us this is what we could possibly do in the community. You know, the county stuff scares me, yes. 25-story buildings somewhere right back here is it's going to be an eyesore for if it happens. I don't know that it'll happen in any of our lifetimes, but it could. But if we can prevent that some way through, you know, and I'm sure this is happening up and down US 1, right? So Pinecrest is affected, Cutler Bay is affected, Palmetto Bay is affected. Any county-owned property along the busway would be subject to the same thing, I'm assuming. So there's got to be fighting us to stop that from happening in our city too. So I don't know where I'm going to go with this. Probably not move this on tonight and figure out what we're going to do next.
Well, and another one of my concerns is, and you know, you're right, we've got to find that balance. I don't know that this finds that balance, particularly when you're reducing the unit sizes and density. But for me, this is just putting a Band-Aid on a piece of the Southwest Master Plan when we need major surgery, and ignoring the bigger problem and just putting a Band-Aid on is going to make it worse. We're increasing density, and we've not addressed parking issues. We've not addressed, you know, items that go along, setbacks. You know, Mr. Cordino and I had the opportunity to see some higher density projects out of town recently where they weren't on the street. The streets weren't crowded. They were set back. Those kinds of issues are not addressed here. So if we're going to go forward with this, I'd like it to be a more comprehensive review. Clearly, we've already seen that folks who come in are going to build to the code and know better. I would imagine that all of you have had the same correspondence from an applicant that's voluntarily deferred, that in reliance that this is going to pass, their prior project was 1,400 square foot units at 4 bedrooms, and now they're coming in at 1,059 square foot units of 3 bedrooms with 10 by 10 bedrooms. Again, for me, that's warehousing. That's not housing. So I think you know we've got folks out there just waiting for us to lower the bar, and they're ready to go. And if that's, I hope that's not what it really takes here, a lowering of the bar to get someone to build here. That should not be what it takes. That's an excuse.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I also understand the benefits of someone calling anything that they own home. And you may not like the size of the home. I may not like the size of the yard. They love it. It's their home. And that gives them an opportunity to buy something that they can afford. You know, if people didn't like living in condos and townhouses, these developers wouldn't be selling out all the time. So there has to be, as you said, a balance between what is needed and what we see as a body that we would like to see in those neighborhoods. But if somebody chooses to purchase a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home that's 1,100 square feet with 10 by 10 bedrooms, that's their choice, and that becomes their home, and that's where they raise their family. So we haven't had that on the west side of the city in years.
We're talking about multifamily here, which really means apartments. We're not talking about single family with a yard and a white picket fence. And what we're about to do is seal the fate of Homestead as 2 communities, one on the east side and a poor community on the west side. That is all, in my opinion, that's all the enactment of this will initiate. Are block after block after block of more apartment units with smaller places to live. That's where I fear this goes. This is geared to multifamily. This is not geared to single family. Remember Avila.
Thank you. You know, I invite you all to look no further when it comes to an example of somebody who is a proud homeowner of a condo on the east side of town in a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo apartment, less than 1,000 square feet, beautifully built by Lennar Home Loans. So I think that it's an unjust comparison to say that because you own a property that's less than 1,000 square feet that you're in the poor category, or that you're in the unwanted category or subsidized housing category. I think that what we're doing is very far from the extreme example of an RTZ density plan, and that it is a very, you know, soft move or a soft relaxation of our code to incentivize builders to be excited about taking another look at a very ignored part of our city. And with the example that you gave with the applicant we're going to hear about later, yes, they came in with a modified density plan and a modified square footage to their units, but I believe they've offered some changes to some of the amenities and the architectural that were also issues. And so because we discussed having these changes, they were able to take those other concerns into consideration and hopefully bring us a product that is something we're excited about and ready to approve. Now, regardless of that application, these changes are, I think, one step in the right direction to continue the conversation about the setbacks and the other issues that you rightfully brought up. I don't want us to throw away all of our work that we've done with the workshop. I'd like us to continue these workshops to come to a consensus. Now, I know that we're not going to be a unanimous vote. I know that, you know, you're going to be the mayor that votes no on density, and I respect that, and I don't expect you to waver on that, and I think a lot of people respect that. So I'm going to be a yes on this item, and I think that we can continue to grow our relationships and work on our relationships with the developers and tell them what our vision is and incentivize them in other ways to come back with products that are not subsidized or that are better. But to say that 1,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo in our downtown area of Homestead and adding another, 200 units is a bad thing for a dead, depressed downtown, I don't see where that's coming from. And the RTZ situation, that's not happening today. It's not happening next month or this year. This is happening today. This can be the difference between having applicants at our table this month, next month, bringing us product that we want to see and that we want to encourage. And that's what I'm hoping the momentum will continue to bring. And when we take control of our zoning and our density, the county sees that, and the county will respect that and will say, look, Homestead's not quiet on their density issues. Florida City is at 39, 40 units to the acre. We're at 15. 20 is not what the developers want. We are not bending over for developers in this situation. They want 100 units an acre. Midtown is I believe, what you see in Palmetto Bay is like 65 units to an acre. This is 20. So I get it, but I think we don't want to be one extreme to the other.
The density will engender the construction of subsidized housing. And without going further tonight, these folks are going to come in and build to this code. We're not going to have a chance to say, can you make it a little bit nicer? Can you paint it a different color? They're going to come in, they're going to submit a building permit to Mr. Corradino's department. It's all going to be in compliance, and off they go, and we're never going to have one say about it.
Is there another safeguard we can put in then, so that we
Yeah,
still have the opportunity?
leave it at 15.
And then always come for a variance.
What's that?
And then always come for a variance.
15's the line. Why do we need to give density variances? And another point I want to make,
Not marketable for
your
them.
unit that you have many times expressed pride in as your home is not at 20 units per the acre as part of a planned comprehensive development and is nowhere near 20 units to the acre.
I was
And I've got
referencing
news
the
for
unit
you.
size.
The RTZ is going to be passed on second reading on September 1st. And it has built into it an expedited process for construction on county properties wherever they are located to build that 25 units to the acre. If you are sitting there with a straight face and saying to the public that 20 units to the acre does not engender subsidized housing, respectfully, that is living in denial. I will never, ever, never, and I know I'm going to be in the minority, but I'm not going to go quietly. You are sealing the fate of the Southwest neighborhood as being nothing more than a subsidized and at best a workforce housing type community. And a subsidized density does not build a downtown, does not support a downtown, and does not build the kind of community that we all hope to have. Again, to me, for those of you that are safely ensconced behind the gates or in HOA neighborhoods, that doesn't impact you. It impacts my neighborhood. It impacts our entire city. It impacts your neighborhood and the vice mayor's neighborhood. And I just think that without a more comprehensive look at this, we are going to be overrun with more of those, building permits, not land use applications, but building permits to build to this substandard code.
Okay, and just to close out my thoughts, I will respectfully defer to my colleague who lives in the Southwest District, and I think this is a step going backwards if it doesn't pass tonight, but I'd like to hear her comments. Thank you.
Board Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. So I took this very long workshop that we all sat through as a way to find a better product that was being offered to the Southwest, which obviously has been nothing but a way for us to encourage some new development. I think that's what everyone's goal was. If there are such big concerns with the RTZ proposing. You know, another reason we've been talking so much about density, at least the way I see it, is the county's not going to look at us as hard as some other areas if we are making some steps to increase our density. The world is getting bigger. We need to make room. We need to look at that. That is a tough thing. The Southwest is by the downtown. That is always the denser areas in any city. But I would be okay, even though I did believe that this would encourage developers to bring a better product. It would be an opportunity for a new homeowner or somebody to find a home, because I am very concerned with the way that prices are going. You're worried about the Southwest and the East Side being different. We're not going to have a Southwest if these prices continue going up. 80% of our area is going to have to move out and find something else. If you truly think that the RTZ could be something that we see in the next couple months, then I would be okay to wait and see what that looks like for our main corridors.
September 1, it's on the agenda for final adoption.
Then if my colleagues agree, let's table this for another month or two, see what that looks like, and at least leave out the density part of it.
I don't agree with that.
Fair enough. Concisely stated. We do have a motion and a second on the table to
And
adopt.
this is first reading, by the way, right? So there would be a second reading
And,
anyway.
we're still at the LPA,
Yeah,
so.
correct.
This is LPA, right? So
LPA, then we have first reading coming
there's still a
up
second
in the
reading,
next
so-
meeting, and then the second
Second
reading would be,
Well,
Final
we
reading
wouldn't
would be
bring
after
anything back
September
until
1st.
after
So we
the
could cancel,
com-
we could.
Until DEO
Correct,
review,
correct.
so you'd be looking at a couple of.
at least October.
October, the earliest,
So
before
the,
you'd
so the
see it again.
results, so the results of the RTZ vote will be known by then and available
Yeah.
to us and knowledge to us so that we can make a final decision
Should be.
at the next council, right? I don't
Can't
see why
control the
we,
county, but should be.
so we could, LPA approve it today, pass it council meeting, and wait and see, and change our mind later. I'm perfectly fine with that. I would hope that our letter from the letter from the mayor is
I just want to say that I agree with Councilwoman Avila and Councilwoman Bailey 100%. I am not afraid of density. I've never been afraid of density. If we could have downtown Dadeland running right through the corridor of our Chrome Avenue in front of Lausner Park, that's exactly what I'd be voting for. We need to make certain changes in order to attract developers, because if we don't make any changes, it's going to be the exact same thing we've had for the last 20 years, which is absolutely nothing. Nobody wants to go there, nobody wants to build. So we have to at some point tell ourselves, let's make a change to start attracting some new development there. All the capital wants to go to the east side because it's new, there's a lot of cool things happening there, the income levels are higher there. We have to start paying attention to this downtown or it's going to be dormant forever. And the more time goes by that downtown is vacant, the harder it's going to be to ever get anybody to want to come there. So if we are going to start making small changes, small, slight changes, the way Councilwoman Avila said, I think it's the perfect time to do it and we shouldn't delay it any longer. We all obviously have a difference of opinion on density. But if we're going to keep it the same and then they do start, if anything were to happen, the prices that they're going to have, there's not going to be any disposable income for anybody to go to downtown to spend any money. So the only way you're going to get people to want to go to our downtown is if you have more development there and people have discretion or disposable income to go spend when people decide to put up shops in there. So in my opinion, small increase in density is perfectly fine with me. Thank you.
And I agree with you on density to the extent that we had the right economic demographic here. But let's face it, while the average homesteaded house assessed value or taxable value is less than a couple $100,000 versus over $1 million in Pinecrest, we don't have that. We need jobs and we need economic viability here because without that, that density will attract projects that are intended for those who aren't sharing in financial prosperity. Density would not scare me if I was comfortable that we had that. And maybe if we stopped approving Coparts that took 500 jobs off the table and were focused at both at the county level and Deep South Dade, maybe with the rapid transit, that's the theory. When we have a better economic base here, density will not scare me the way that density scares me now. So it's kind of it's a dual track of economic demographics, and it go hand in hand with a beneficial density tied into downtown.
Mr. Mayor, we've got the hottest housing market in the country right now. The hottest. And you could say that the market is going to start to have a shift. You can say, you know, things are going to start to decline with interest rates. None of that is going to happen until people stop wanting to come to Florida. Florida is attracting people from all over the country. There's a new financial district that's happening in downtown. And one of the things that people are going to start to notice is they can't afford what's happening in downtown or any of those areas. So they're going to start looking over here, and you can work from home. It's not the same demographic of people getting in their cars, driving up, you know, to Doral, driving up to downtown. There's a lot of people that are working from home, and they need a place that they can afford to live in. So there are some of the reasons why we shouldn't be afraid of density. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the approval of tab 5. Oh, Mr. Kraft, I'm sorry.
Mayor, while he's getting that microphone, I think I said that like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, we have. So if just listening to the conversation and debate up here, I'm going to vote yes tonight, just to keep it alive to the next meeting, and then give it an opportunity to figure out what the county does, how things are going to lay out, and then we can make a smart decision on that, because I don't want it to be a tie and a die. So I'm definitely going to go yes, so we can continue the conversation, continue to debate. I, like you, I'm concerned about density as well. There's a lot of good points being made back and forth. Julio, you have some great points. You know, we can't be afraid, but we have to be afraid. And Mayor has great points, but I don't think it should die tonight. I think we need to push it forward, and then we'll continue to debate. I don't think in the council meeting we need to continue to debate, but we have to figure out what to do next. But with that, thank you, and we'll have Mr. Kraft.
Mr. Kraft, go ahead.
Density is many different things, and everybody loves some kind of development. And development is good, but you cannot just develop just because you want to develop, and you can say there hasn't been development for X amount of years. That's not true. It has its own life circle. And what Mayor is saying is absolutely true. You can take Europe as an example, Paris or any other big city over there. They have huge areas where they say, okay, we need to develop. Then they start building a residential shoebox on shoebox on shoebox. They all look the same. And there's more people coming in, yeah. But all those people are not having what you will call an income. They are on subsidized income. That's not good for a community. There's a downward spiral. And with a downward spiral comes crime and alternative income. And that's not what you want. You don't want that area over there to be crime infected because there's a lot of hoodlums moving in. You don't want that. You don't want Liberty City to move down there, do you? No. And you don't want any other criminal organization to move in down there. We just got established a crime gang unit here in Homestead. That's because gangs are moving in. And what do gangs look for? They look for weak people. Weak people are people with less money than you, right? And you say people work from home. That's true, but it's not true. There's only a selective few people who do that. There's a lot of people living in Homestead who don't work from home because they make less than you do. And many of those people over there in that southwest corridor, according to the Census Bureau, they make $28,000 a year, right? And you want to have high-end stores over there? That's not going to happen overnight. And if we have a high-end store moving in there, they will move out fast if you get hoodlums and all kinds of other crap moving in over there, because that's not their customers. We need to use what mayors say, think about what we have, and don't do things too hasty. We need to preserve what we have and keep all those plans about develop to a minimum or where it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please, on tab 5.
Board Member Bailey? Yes. Board Member Avila? Board Member Roth? Board Member Fletcher?
No.
Vice Chairman Guzman? Yes. Chairman Lossner?
No.
Motion carries.
Anything further, Mr. Corodino? Anything further from members of the board? Was there additional public comment on any of the items we had tonight? You want to come forward? I'll give you a moment. Vote's been taken, but be happy. This is going to come before us a couple more times, so let's go ahead and have your input now. Give us your name and address for the record.
Pastor Michael Anthony Stiles Jr., St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. My address is 3106 Northeast 3rd Drive, Homestead, Florida. Just a comment, just listening just a moment ago. I've pastored St. Paul for 10 years, right in the heart of the Southwest District, your oldest church in your community, your African-American pillow, which when 4th Avenue and 4th Street was thriving, was one of your biggest African-American communities ever. Take your time. Don't rush what has developed and given you strength, because you're going to allow it to not be a cherishable moment for us in this community. I moved to this community. I moved to this community because my heart and my passion is for the community. I've served on boards in this community. I love this community. But to say, because that's the weakest side, the Bible says that the poor will be amongst you always. If you're going to go fast, you're going to push out the poor. You're going to make this community unbalanced. Very much so. Take your time. Have compassion. Be patient. It doesn't matter if it takes 200 more years to get what we get. It's all about this community being able to work together in unison. We're together. We're different than Paran. We're different than Ghouls. We're different than all these other communities. We have heart here. We have people that know each other here. Pretty soon we're going to be like downtown. You don't even know who your councilman is. If you put up something and you want to just draw people in, where's the community? There's no longer a community. We're just living. Homestead's different. Homestead's different. Homestead's different than Florida City. Matter of fact, I get upset when someone says, oh, you live in Florida. No, I live in Homestead. I take pride in what I have. I own a house here. I would have never bought a house here if I didn't take pride in what I own, because I took time to find the heart of what's in this city. I take time. When I go to the gas station, people know me. When I go to the Publix, people know me. When I drive my golf cart on the east side, Mayor, I live on the east side. But it's something about coming to the west side to worship that you see love, thriving, togetherness, that you will never get on the east side, because I don't know my neighbor because I don't speak Spanish. That's it. But if I come to the southwest side, I can walk down these rugged streets and feel the heart of the people. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Come on.
Good evening, Susan Sorrentino, 2610 Northeast 3rd Drive. I just have a quick comment. When you were discussing the color code for commercial properties, my comment is this: if you would like to invite commercial properties to have murals, I would be cautious as to what colors they need to use. So just consider that when you discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you. There's nothing further then. Do we have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? All right. We'll reconvene the regular council meeting in 5 minutes. All right, let's take our seats so we can move on. It looks like it's shaping up to be a long night. Is the pastor here? Is the pastor that came to the podium the one that's going to do the invocation? Okay, good. Very good. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Homestead Regular Council Meeting. Today is Wednesday, August 17th, 2022, and it is 6:56 p.m. The invocation tonight will be led by the Reverend Michael Stiles, pastor of St. Paul's Missionary Baptist Church, followed by the pledge led by Councilwoman Bailey. Pastor Stiles, if everyone would please rise.
Oh, gracious Father, we come to you on this beloved evening. First of all, we want to acknowledge you that you are Alpha and Omega. You're our beginning and your end. We're asking, Father God, as we come together to be good stewards over what you've handed and entrusted us with, we ask for wisdom, guidance, and knowledge, Father. As we walk, Father God, together hand in hand in this community, we look towards you for guidance. We look towards you for compassion. We look towards you for humility. And most of all, Father, we look towards you for the great blessings you have upon this great city called the City of Homestead. We say thank you right now, Father, for a collective minds coming together to build greatness in your eyesight. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth?
Here.
Councilman Fletcher?
Here.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
I'm here. Before we begin with the formal part of the agenda, Councilwoman Avila, was your presentation here that we wanted to move up?
Is Mr. Les Burke here? I did not
I don't
see.
see him.
He sent an email today saying he was going to postpone.
Okay, there is another agency in the House with Awesome Foundation. I'd like to invite them to come up ahead of the agenda. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to move it.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. Mayor Losner, Vice Mayor Guzman, and Mr. Corradino, and the council members. My name is Leanne Longobuco. I am the Executive Director of Awesome Foundation. Awesome Foundation is a foundation that empowers all individuals on the autism spectrum to be the best version of themselves. We are very interested in participating and collaborating in the City of Homestead. We have done so on a small level with one of the new businesses in Homestead that has a behavioral agency here. And we've also done something with the hotel and providing them some resources that they requested. My reason for being here today is I would like to petition the use of the courtyard for a resource type of event, fair per se, in the community. We know now, according to statistics, that there's 1 in 44 individuals being diagnosed with autism, and the numbers continue to increase. We have received lots of communication from the City of Homestead, people reaching out to us, and we would like to be able to be known in the community and provide resources. We currently have been servicing areas nearby, such as Cutler Bay, the village of Palmetto Bay, and we are in the process of pilot programs with music and art therapy. We've received funding through grants. So in this petition to use your courtyard, if there are any fees or anything, we'd like to be aware of what they are. And we would ask as a 501c3 if they could be waived, because as all 501c3s, we are always looking in the best interest of our financial status. I have brought with me one of the members in your community in Homestead that did reach out to the foundation, and she can speak on her experience with us, and also one of my board members that works for Humana, and she is the outreach manager for Humana, is going to participate in this event that we would like to hold in your city. We have other physicians, clinical people that we would like to bring. We would like to bring resources, and we would like the city to know that we're here. So I humbly ask for the use of your courtyard.
What is the, when you say courtyard, are you talking about the plaza outside City Hall?
Yes.
And when would this event be scheduled?
We would like to do it on Saturday, September 17th, if it was available.
We have a meeting before then? And here's my concern, is that typically these kinds of requests don't come to us without being on the agenda or having been vetted through the manager's office. So I don't know what was relayed to you or what you might have been promised or what position someone's trying to put us in here tonight. But we do have procedures for everyone for these types of uses.
I do understand that, but I think that your next meeting was post the day of the event that we wanted. And I was made aware that today was available, and that's why I came today.
Correct, Mayor, and if I may, I was the one that advised them that since their event would be prior to the next council meeting, that this would be an open public forum to make the request, it being a 501c3, the event being open to the public, and I was happy to pay for the usage fee out of my my personal pocket if I had to, because I think I've used all the money in my council books, but that's the reason why I invited her to come. So there were no promises made, but having kind of checked all the boxes in past discussions, I encouraged her to come today.
And Mayor, to answer your question, we have a meeting on the 6th, which is the first budget hearing meeting. So I don't know if you all want to direct.
What?
Correct, and I'd like to add that these kinds of events, it being resource related with multiple partners, the time is of the essence to make sure that the invitation is taken care of, the dates and the planning and securing the spots and securing the vendors and the resources. So it was imperative that we heard it as soon as possible, and to push it to September I thought would be, it just wasn't justice for the opportunity to be lost. Thank you.
Mr. Manager, have the boxes been, in fact, been checked? What's typically the procedure for issuing an approval for use of the plaza? Money issues aside, what needs to happen?
Usually we receive a formal request in the form of a letter from an agency or a group. We check to see if it's a 501c3, which is important for council at that point to go ahead and make the decision, and if it's open to the public or not, are they charging or not. These are the things that we actually check out prior to bringing it to council.
Well, does it need council approval to occur? Or is the approval typically geared to a waiver of fees or the city being asked to fund that?
In the past, we've gotten council's approval to go ahead and use the plaza.
But is it in your discretion to do so?
I mean, if there's a consensus from council, then we would go ahead and allow them to do so.
If I may, the precedence that we've set with relation to events being held at the plaza has been to bring it to council for approval. And that's why I recommended her. The discussion, it is short notice, agreed. I would have preferred for there to be it in the agenda, and I thought about putting it on the plan for next month. But I would rather hold this event here in Homestead at our plaza for a situation for autistic families and members and loved ones that have this challenge, which is very underserved in Homestead. I'd rather you do that event, which will happen on September 14th, have it here rather than somewhere else outside of our city. So please forgive me for the lack of notice.
Mr. Mayor.
Let Councilwoman finish.
Please forgive me for the lack of notice, but I humbly ask for your consideration as though it checks all the boxes. City manager can confirm so after the fact, and I respect your decision either way.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher?
Yeah, I kind of echo Councilwoman Avila's thoughts here on this. I think it's very important that we hold this event here in the city of Homestead. I would say I would move for approval tonight with the validation that staff has to perform here in the next couple of days. And I would be willing to pay for that out of my council budget if there's a fee assigned with that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I totally agree. I don't appreciate the gotcha moments because they're going to keep coming and keep coming and keep coming. It needs to be an extraordinary situation for it to be an off-agenda item for me in the future. So I guess what we need to do is issue a conditional approval pending that the city manager determines that in due course that they meet the criteria and whatever insurance or payments or whatever is necessary is provided. So
Yeah,
like
we'll go-
after the fact.
Yeah, of course. We'll go ahead and work with them. We'll make sure that all the boxes are checked off, and we'll email you all individually and let you know where we are.
All right, so do we have a motion for approval based on those conditions for Saturday, September 17th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Absolutely.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so
Look forward
much.
to it. Please.
I have some items here, takeaways. You can read a little bit about the
Please,
foundation.
please, you can find all of our email, contact information on the city website. If you would please keep us all in the loop, give us whatever updates or information you have so we can get it on our calendars and perhaps help you enhance your event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you can also pass those items to the clerk, she'll give it to us. Thank you so much.
Mayor, we'll give her our email, so we'll disperse your emails as well.
Very good. All right, Mr. Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Mayor, no, there are none.
Sure, we don't want to defer everything and go home?
I'm sorry?
We don't want to defer everything and go home?
If you let me, I will. So,
Yeah, oh, okay, be careful what you ask for. All right. Tab 1. Is that your office, Mr. Manager? The Homestead History Experience?
yes, if you recall, Councilman Roth had requested that we do something to commemorate the 30th anniversary of Hurricane Andrew. So we've been working with the folks who developed the Homestead Experience for us at the CYBRARIUM, and so they're here to do a quick presentation of what they're proposing for the exhibit at the CYBRARIUM.
All right.
Hello.
And they're on the line. They're remote, so they're on the line.
Hello. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You're good to proceed.
Okay, fantastic. I will just let you know when to advance the slides, if that's all right, and I'll make this pretty short and sweet. Thank you so much for inviting me here this evening to share an update on our Homestead History Experience featuring the 30th anniversary of Hurricane Andrew. My name is Janelle Picard, and my husband Dan and I are owners of MDSX, a minority-owned creative design agency specializing in interactive, scenic, and media design for theme parks, museums, and corporate installations. We've worked on projects for Disney, Universal, SeaWorld, Electronic Arts, and we're currently working on projects with Kennedy Space Center, the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, and the Children's Museum in Indianapolis. And last year, we designed and installed the original installation of the Homestead History Experience. So if you're not familiar with that, I've included a very quick overview. This year, we've updated the timeline and created a featured video focusing on Hurricane Andrew from its formation and landfall to the aftermath and rebuilding of Homestead. We can move to the next slide. Our extensive timeline starts long before humans lived in Homestead, going all the way back to prehistoric times and following throughout its growth, taking us all the way to current day. And on the next slide, you can see that with over, this is just a portion of the features included. We've got over 50 on the timeline that we researched and curated all of the writing and archival imagery to tell the complete history of the area, and we were very grateful to the Town Hall Museum and the members there, and as well as several other community members who gave us their input and advice as we worked through this. On the next slide, along the timeline, 5 videos are featured, and each was originally scripted and produced by our team of artists. The videos were featured at different points along the timeline and include the history of Homestead libraries, military, the Everglades, hurricanes, and the centennial celebration in 2013. And each video is displayed within a 360-degree environment that allows the user to feel immersed in the theme of the video. And on the next slide, you can see that every video has a unique look and feel related to the subject matter. These images show the interface in the VR environment as you enter the experience in the upper left corner. You explore the timeline and the descriptions of the events and view the videos where they're available. And on the next slide, for users that might not be able or interested in wearing the VR headset, there are other ways to view the content. In the CYBRARIUM, we installed an interactive touchscreen display that features the same timeline and videos and an interface that users can scroll through. So the same information is accessible on a website as well, posted by the city, that can be viewed from the comfort of any internet-connected device. In addition to the timeline content, an interactive touchscreen display also boosts a sizzle video promoting the experience, upcoming events that can be updated by the CYBRARIUM staff, and an acknowledgement of the grant that funded the installation. So moving on to the next slide, this year's update features an updated timeline with new indicator for the 1992 Hurricane Andrew item commemorating the 30th anniversary. On the next slide, you can see the video features archival footage of the hurricane coverage. It retains the look and feel of our original hurricane video, which is still accessible from the other markers on the timeline where hurricanes occurred in and near Homestead. But this one is updated, features more saturated color than the original to represent the more recent events. On the next slide, you can see the video was originally scripted by our team. This is meant to be a longer and more in-depth feature of Hurricane Andrew specifically, as opposed to the previous video, which had a much more high-level overview of the hurricanes that had affected the area. On the next slide, we start to walk through the script and some storyboards of the piece that we have produced. It begins with the coverage and stories surrounding the preparations for the storm. Original voiceovers were recorded to bring to life the experience of the storm, and archival media footage details the superlatives of that storm. In the second portion of the show, it continues to cover the storm and document the feelings and experiences of the Homestead residents who lived through it, pulling on the heartstrings with personal accounts of what was witnessed. And finally, it highlights the amazing, inspiring resiliency of residents, rebuilding of the community, and the improvements to laws and building codes that have led to safer homes and businesses. So we're very excited to share this work as it goes live next week to commemorate the anniversary, and hope that you might take some time to walk through the timeline yourself at the CYBRARIUM the next time you visit.
Hey, thank you, appreciate that. Is there any questions or comments from council? Is that it, Mr. Manager?
That's it. We have seen a rough draft of the video, and I want to say it was very powerful. As a person that was here during Andrew, I found myself actually getting emotional while watching it. So I think they've done a pretty good job, and I'm really excited about the element that we're going to be bringing to the CYBRARIUM for our residents.
Two historical inaccuracies that I picked up on.
Okay.
The clock was not there at the time of Andrew.
Okay.
Correct.
And neighborhoods were not underwater. Andrew was a dry, fast-moving campaign. Gee, what am I thinking? Hurricane.
Yes.
Flooding was not an issue then.
We'll make sure to address those two items.
Flooding was an issue in the villages of Homestead because I couldn't get my car in there.
It's a flooding every day. An issue every day. Councilwoman?
Thank you. Thank you for noticing those corrections. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the event. I'll be in DC. But as I was listening and as the scenes were going by, I was getting teary-eyed because it takes me back to where I was. And I know that I'm the millennial or the youngest one in the group, but I can tell you, I remember going through that that evening like it was yesterday. And there was no TikTok, no Instagram, no Facebook to distract you or to give you comfort at that time, and you had to just go through it. And I escaped a wood frame home in West Perrine and was able to find safe harbor and a CBS home up in Kendall to come home to seeing the damage that was caused, so, which was nothing compared to what happened in Homestead. So my heart goes out to all of the residents that can remember and that experienced that tragedy. And I wish all of you a wonderful time at the event. You have my support, and I will look forward to seeing it when I come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Mr. Manager, for that presentation?
That's it, Mayor.
Very good. 2 quick comments. Reminds me, we need to start talking about nothing major, but to recognize early next year the 110th birthday of Homestead in January, mid-month January. And also, just to give you a heads up, that if he's not here in person, we will have, at the State of the City, a video clip from Mayor Tad DeMille, who had the dubious distinction of being the Hurricane Andrew mayor, who will have a couple of minutes either in person or on tape, kind of giving us his reflections on that date 30 years ago next week.
Thank you, Mayor, and we'll be ready for the State of the City to incorporate that.
Okay. All right. We have before us the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Fletcher. Second by Councilman Roth. Any public comment on the consent agenda? All in favor? Any opposed?
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. There is an item on the consent agenda with regards to the art in public places, the bus. We're approving in this agenda the change to the master plan, but the bus that we're being brought is going to come back later, correct?
That is correct, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Just wanted to get the clarification because I did, in reviewing the packet and not wanting to make a big discussion about it tonight, I did want to offer recommendations to the committee to consider maybe some reliefs of other things other than individuals and adults, maybe some children of the community that are that were maybe lost early due to different reasons, perhaps reliefs of things related to the Everglades or things related to our military, to our Air Force. So I'd like to maybe have those included as some suggestions when it comes time to review that on our next agenda. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sorrentino is here, so I'm sure she's taking note.
Got lots of ideas, lots of thoughts. All right. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Please be advised that the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff had made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details on the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Fletcher?
I had discussions on tabs 8 through 10.
Tabs 8 through 10 for Mr. Fletcher. Vice Mayor?
I had discussion on tabs 11.
My discussions were 10 and 11, or 9, 10, yeah, 9 and 10. It's just as to quasi-judicial. Mine are 9 and 10. Councilwoman Bailey?
Tab 10.
Oh, yeah, they're related. Same thing.
8, 9, 10 for me. Thank you.
Okay.
And the same for me, thank you.
All right.
Okay. At this time, the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on any quasi-judicial item.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Tab 8, car number 3631, public hearing 2022-28, the final plat for DR Horton, Inc. Mr. Cordino?
Mr. Attorney?
I was just going to. Tab 8 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval requested by DR Horton, Inc. for the development of a 114 single-family residential dwelling unit subdivision on an approximately 20 gross acre parcel of land generally located on the northwest corner intersection of Southwest 328th Street, North Canal Drive, and Southwest 167th Avenue, Farm Life School Road, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Pearl. Sorry, Mr. Cordino, I got ahead of myself.
That's okay. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution for the final plat requested by the applicant. Platting is always fun because we deal with the city, we deal with the county, and we deal with the state rules. We reviewed it to the city code in chapter 25, the county code in chapter 28, and the state's code chapter 177, and it meets all the requirements of those sections, so we're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Usually not on a final plat. The discussion's already been had. Is anyone in the public wishing to speak on this matter? We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes. All right, next item is tab 9, car number 3629, public hearing number 2022-31, site plan approval for East Group Properties, LP. Mr. Pearl?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to introduce tabs 9 and 10 together?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tab 9 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval requested by the East Group Properties, LP, for the development of an approximately 398,230 square foot industrial park consisting of 4 logistics and distribution warehouse buildings located on an approximately 20-acre parcel of land within the Homestead Park of Commerce, generally located north of Southwest 336th Street, Park of Commerce Boulevard, and west of Southwest 147th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Tab 10 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval requested by East Group Properties, LP, for the development of an approximately 398,230 square foot industrial park consisting of 4 logistics and distribution warehouse buildings located on an approximately 20-acre parcel of land within the Homestead Park of Commerce, generally located north of Southwest 336th Street, Park of Commerce Boulevard, and west of Southwest 147th Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cordino, 9 and 10.
Okay, this is, again, this a site plan and then the plat, which follows it. I'll go to the plat first because, again, we reviewed it to those 3 different criteria, and it meets all of those 3, both all local, county, and state. The site plan, it's a great project. It's a zoned plan unit development with a future land use category of planned regional activity center. It's part of the Villages of Homestead Development of Regional Impact, and it's got an approved with the HPOC Master Development Plan. So we've got, again, typical here, multiple layers of planning that go into it. The master plan intends that this area be developed in the DRI with expanding industrial facilities, residential areas, educational uses, and all of such. Here they're putting in 4 separate buildings that will become kind of a logistics center and distribution center in the community. The buildings are going to be divided by a handful of private drives with about 563 parking spaces, sidewalks so that the pedestrians can get in and out. There'll be 4 main driveways that enter and exit the facility to kind of distribute traffic effectively. or actually 3 main access drives to distribute the traffic effectively. I think the development functions as the zoning and the land use want it to function, and we're going to be recommending approval for it. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer them, and the applicant is here as well.
All right, thank you. Before we start, I know that Ms. Slavens is here on behalf of the applicant. If you want to come forward, if there's anything to add. Thanks for coming down. Oh, we do have a presentation.
I do. If you would like to see it, I'd be happy to show it to you.
Why not?
Okay. This is an application by EASTGROUP Properties LP. They are a publicly traded industrial real estate investment company that builds build-to-suit warehousing and distribution facilities, logistics facilities throughout the country. And I would love to walk you through the project. So this is the 28 acres that's located on the north side of Park of Commerce Boulevard, just below the school. If you recall, this property was previously referenced as the Doug LLC property that sits on the north side of Park of Commerce Boulevard, and you recently changed the PUD map and DRI map to allow for the industrial use here. Here is an aerial with the site plan rendered onto the screen, and as you can see, it's 4 industrial buildings. They will wrap around Park of Commerce. Their fronts are oriented toward the streets with the truck courts hidden behind the buildings. And for Mr. Ventura, if he's still here, as you can see, there's a notch cut out of the easternmost building, and that respects the APZ zone that relates to the Homestead Air Reserve Base. Each building is a little different in size based on the shape of the property. Each one had to be adjusted, but they do total approximately 398,000 square feet. And they do respect the Homestead Park of Commerce Master Plan, providing ample open space and landscaping as well as parking. Here is a drawing of the site plan where you can see the layout of the buildings, parking, and truck courts. And I put a series of renderings into the presentation so that you can see the multiple buildings from different angles. So this is looking towards the southwest corner of the northeast building, which is a little complicated, but as you'll see, these are all very similar looking buildings. It's a very cohesive development, and from different angles, they all look like proper Class A buildings, which is what they are intended to be. This is the truck court, and as you can see, even with the loading docks and the high roofs, there are fenestrations and differentiations in the facade, so you don't have any blank walls anywhere within this project. This is what they'll look like if you're sitting directly south of the buildings looking to the north. This is a little bit more of an angular view of one of the buildings. And I've also included a building image that is an actual photograph of an EASTGROUP Class A warehouse building in Miami-Dade County so that you can see what it will actually look like. So as you can see, the rendering is very true to the actual design as built, which I think says a lot about EASTGROUP and the quality of design and the quality of construction that they put into their projects, and that translates into quality tenants. So in their project at Golden Glades, for example, they have tenants such as Best Buy, Lowe's, and other local businesses, construction, home builders. They have various types of distribution uses that run the scale from publicly traded companies to small businesses. The warehouse bays will also range in size depending on the tenant, and as we build out buildings 1 and 2, we will orient each bay for the type of tenant that has done the leasing, and they will be built 1 and 2 at the same time. Buildings 3 and 4 will come after 1 and 2 are completed. On the screen here you have the truck route, and I thought it was important just to highlight this. The truck route follows what you've seen before in the Park of Commerce, where southerly traffic will use Palm Drive and northerly traffic will use 137th Avenue. They will stay off of Kingman Road and stay off of 328th to the greatest extent possible. Lastly, and I think the most important component of this is the economic benefits to the city that this project brings. So we estimate approximately 477 direct construction jobs for the construction phase of the project, and 428 direct permanent jobs once the project has been built. We estimate about $300,000 in permit and impact fees directly to the city. This does not include the county impact fees. And we estimate about $335,000 in annual ad valorem taxes to the city directly. This is the image of the tentative plat. It's a difficult drawing to read, but essentially the project will be platted as one tract, which means that they can pull permits for all the buildings at the same time. And just to close out, a final image of the building. And with that, I am here to answer any of your questions and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any initial questions? Councilman Fletcher?
No initial questions, just kind of reflecting a little bit. I've done that a lot today, and we'll talk about that more later. But, you know, back in 1999, when I was elected to this council, this property was being marketed nationwide, and we're finally, you know, 20-plus years, 30 years later, making that improvement and creating those jobs and what this was initially developed for. So I'm looking forward to supporting this activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Further comments, questions? Yeah, I think I mentioned to Ms. Slavens when she presented this to me that this is exactly what was intended in the Park of Commerce. We're finally there, and you know, keeping with the flavor of the night tonight, thank you for bringing a client that's enhancing our tax base and creating jobs all at the same time. Oh, everything's hand in hand. We'll pay for that, fill that density. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that, you know, in the formula for economic development, you have multiple components. It's not just density that's important. It's also this kind of infrastructure, or I like to call it infrastructure for the business to be able to utilize. So thank you for bringing this to us. You know, as Councilman Fletcher stated, it's been quite a long time since we've seen something like this. What sparked the interest, out of curiosity?
I think that as unglamorous as it was, the project that I brought here a couple years ago changed the attention that came to Homestead from the industrial sector. They set a price that has been the minimum standard and has really raised prices as we have gone for land within the Park of Commerce. And I think, you know, as the other development has followed in the last 2 years, more attention is coming this way, and more industrial development will continue to come. I think that it sort of broke the glass that was the force field around the Park of Commerce, and it is, you know, delivering, I think, the economic development that we've been waiting for.
Thank you, and I'm sure we all have our, you know, ideas and positions on some of those projects, you know, over the last 2 years, but I think that it's reassuring to at least me, and I want to share that reassurance in my confidence in this body and staff that we've been making the right decisions and we are going in the right direction. So thank you to Mayor and Council for being part of that positivity that we're seeing today. Thank you.
Councilman Roth?
Yeah, I just have to ask the question. You said that it was a previous project you brought to us. What was the name of that project?
Dare I mention the name? It was the Copart project, and as I said, I know it wasn't that glamorous, but it did bring attention here from the industrial sector. It did, you know, it also created a value here. And I think that that's been something that, and I know the broker is here, but you know, that's something that has made the brokers' jobs easier because they can point to Homestead Park of Commerce and say things are happening here, and nobody wants to be the first, but once that first group came in, it really did serve as a catalyst.
Oh no, Councilman Roth, you should have asked that question after we voted.
Well, as long as Ms. Slavens and I are here, we're going to spar over that in good collegiality. Because the interest in the Park of Commerce certainly had nothing to do with an Amazon distribution facility coming here, so come on, let's don't put perfume on fill in the blank. But anyway,
I'm here to redeem myself, Mr. Mayor.
you got a long way to go. No. Well, let's hear public comment. Is there anyone either online or in the building wishing to speak on this matter? I will close the public hearing. And Councilman Fletcher? Well, Councilwoman Avila beat you to it. You can second. Okay. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. One thing you mentioned, and I'm only asking, and I don't know the answer, and I'm asking it because our art committee chairman is here. You said something about you're platting it so you can pull permits for all 4 buildings at one time. So does that mean one maximum art payment, or does each building going to make a contribution to the $100,000 contribution to the art fund? Yeah.
It's based on the project, so, I mean, maybe the manager can clarify that for me.
And I'll bump it over to Development Services.
Yeah, it's cumulative, so it's a project in total.
But we would pay it as we pull permits.
But it says
for-
permits are
As
pulled.
the permits get pulled, you end up paying into the.
So
into the-
potentially, if there's 4 separate permits pulled,
you pay in a percentage on each
yeah.
permit that's
So
pulled.
that's my point. They're potentially going to be making a contribution based upon each building rather than one project.
Well, it is one project. I mean, I think that they pay it as the permits come in. I think we're capped at $100,000 or something like that.
Well, that was my point. Are we going to get $100,000 a building or $100,000
No,
for the
you're going to get
entire project?
$100,000 total.
Sorry, Susan. I tried.
Well, if East Group is feeling generous, please, we'd like more art. Thank you.
I mean, I could do a lot with $100,000 in art and
There you
probably
go.
make you guys some money.
That buys a lot. Hey, $100,000 ups the quality of the landscaping. And we understand that balance, but okay. So we have a motion and a second. All joking aside, let's take a roll call vote on tab 9.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so now we need a motion for approval on tab 10. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? We'll close the public hearing then, and we will have a roll call vote on tab 10, the tentative plat approval.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Appreciate you coming down. All right, next item is our legislative portion of the agenda, tab 11, first reading of car number 3627, public hearing 2021-04, amendment to the Crystal Lakes Planned Unit Development Master Plan.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Crystal Lakes Planned Unit Development Master Development Plan as requested by HSYFT Campbell LLC to permit all retail commercial zoning B1 uses and retail commercial B2 drive-through restaurant and self-storage uses for the property generally located on the southwest corner intersection of Northeast 8th Street, Campbell Drive, and Southwest 147th Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. We're recommending approval of the requested amendment to the Crystal Lakes PUD Master Plan. Again, what the applicant wants to do is change the master plan to authorize retail uses permitted under both the B1s and the B2s. And a while back, when this went to the LPA, there was a suggestion that we remove the self-storage aspect of it. So we remember it from that meeting, and we're going to incorporate that into this moving forward. There are 2 other issues that are happening at the same time. The parcel has a Chick-fil-A and a separate T-plat, which those applications will be coming concurrent to the second reading of this, which will happen in I believe September. So with that, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. I know the applicant's representative is here. If you want to come back to the podium and punch the fee clock.
Good evening once again, council members. Alex Arias, offices at 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant. I'm joined this evening by my colleague Amanda Naljiff, and we are grateful for the opportunity to be before you and showing this transformational project at this key corridor of the city. A very brief presentation just to guide you through the mixed-use project that's being proposed. So this approximately 9.2-acre vacant parcel is located at the southwest intersection of Campbell Drive and southwest 147th Avenue. The property is located within the Crystal Lakes planned unit development that was approved back in 2004. This contemplated 68 acres, 31 of which were specific commercial uses, and it's located within a stone's throw of Baptist Homestead Hospital. We're before you tonight with a request that will help realize the future development of this property by amending the previously approved Crystal Lakes PUD master plan. The previously approved master plan was identified with very specific uses and limited the development of this property to a bank, a strip center retail, and 2 office buildings. It truly limited the applicant's ability to react to market demands for other potential uses. As such, the sought amendment would allow for the permitted uses in the B1 zoning district, as well as one, if you can shield your eyes to the self-storage use, one specific use allowed in the B2 district, which is restaurants with drive-through operations. This flexibility would allow the project's development and long-term success regardless of changing market conditions. We're also grateful to have staff's favorable recommendation of this request. The first phase of the Campbell Crossing mixed-use development will encompass a 2-story, 40,000 square foot medical office building on the pad fronting on 147th, 10,990 square feet of retail on the pad located at the hard corner of Southwest 147th and Campbell, and the one everyone is excited for, the Chick-fil-A located at the northwest corner of the site, right on Campbell. While not before you this evening, at second reading, you will have the opportunity to vote on the site plan for the Chick-fil-A, the medical office building, and the retail, as well as the PLAT application for this mixed-use project known as Campbell Crossing. With respect to the proposed hotel use, the applicant is currently in discussions with respective operators, and we anticipate that a site plan will be before you relatively soon. With respect to the Chick-fil-A, this proposed 4,851 square foot Chick-fil-A will represent the company's next-gen concept being rolled out throughout the country. Since its founding in 1964 with the flagship Chick-fil-A sandwich, Chick-fil-A has become one of the largest American fast food chains with 2,818 restaurant locations throughout the U.S. and Canada. And while Chick-fil-A is a beloved staple, one of the key issues that they have faced in the past at older restaurants has been traffic due to the popularity and significant demand for this restaurant. As such, we're happy to report that this proposed next-gen concept will encompass 2 drive-through lanes with enough stacking for 42 vehicles. That should provide a truly efficient drive-through operation. To put that into context and perspective, other fast food operators that we represent, such as Panera and Burger King, their stacking is typically between 7 and 10 vehicles. This will be for 42. The project architects have also designed the entrance to the drive-through lanes well into the mixed-use project, so that'll prevent any backups on Campbell Drive or stacking issues. All stacking will be internally within the project. Additionally, it will have significant parking, 61 parking spaces where 26 are required, and the surface parking has also been designed around the drive-through lanes so to prevent any cut-through traffic or pedestrian hazards. So ultimately, Chick-fil-A truly has this down to a science, and they're confident that this proposed next-generation concept will resolve many of the prior issues at some of their older restaurants around the country. Now, as part of this mixed-use development, the applicant is also proposing the development of a 2-story, 40,000 square foot medical office building fronting on 147th Avenue towards the rear of the property. As illustrated, these Class A offices will incorporate beautiful modern architecture, elegant design elements, and high-end materials. Off-street parking will also be well in excess of the city's code provisions. We're providing 210 parking spaces where 133 are required. And the property's close proximity to Baptist Homestead Hospital makes this an ideal and much-needed use on this site. And lastly, the commercial retail component of the project will be located at the hard corner itself of Campbell Drive and 147th and will serve as a catalyst for the further activation of this prominent city corridor. The applicant has already received significant interest from a number of retailers and service uses. Sushi Saki has reached out, Aspen Dental, so we're looking forward to some of those uses. Ultimately, this application was one of the first applications filed in 2021 and has gone through significant review from your professional city staff and Miami-Dade County, particularly Traffic Engineering Department. So we've worked hand in hand to get to this point. As part of this proposed development, there are a number of roadway improvements being proposed, and the connections at Campbell Drive and Southwest 147th are expected to operate at their adopted levels of service or better during the morning and afternoon peak hours. Ultimately, this project will serve as a catalyst for the further activation of this corridor while providing residents with quality and much-needed uses. It will also enhance the functional and aesthetic elements of this intersection and the surrounding community, and will serve to provide much-needed jobs, preserve property values, and increase city's ad valorem tax base. Thank you for your time. We're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. It's exciting news. And, you know, we talked about building on the past on an application or so ago. And, you know, to the two of you who were on that council, I think, and to our Development Services Department, you know, Popeyes was the first run. You know, typically we don't get, you know, bring your A game. You did, Chick-fil-A did, without us asking for that. Maybe it's the caliber of Chick-fil-A combined with, you know, the example that, you know, we're not just Homestead. Bring the best that you have to offer. You know, I just want to be real clear. I'm voting for this for 3 words, Chick-fil-A. I'm approving a Chick-fil-A, not a generic restaurant. My vote is for the Chick-fil-A. Oh, it's been a long, yeah,
They can't be here soon enough.
Long time. Can we make that a condition of the approval here?
I asked to expedite
Yeah.
They're very
the next
eager to
meeting.
be here.
Yeah. So, any from council? Yes, Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you. So I think I might be the only person in the entire world that has never had Chick-fil-A, so I'm looking forward to that. As I mentioned when we... I'm glad it's far away enough from my house.
We'll be here.
So as I mentioned, I'm not sure exactly where the construction's starting, but there are some broken pipes there. So once that gets fenced off, it would just look very nice if you could have them clear the entire area. Perfect. Thank you.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes, thank you. And I was meaning to give you a quick call about the same thing, because it's been in that condition for quite a while. So if you can,
We've
this
already
month-
reached out to the owner after that call, and they're going to make every effort to get that cleaned up and hopefully get construction started as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Pearl, you have something to add?
No, it's just, before we moved forward, I just wanted to remind everybody at the LPA, we made the change in the elimination of the use. If the council wishes to do the same thing here, I'd appreciate a motion to that
So
effect as
the
well.
motion would specifically reference the removal of the self-storage portion?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So moved.
Well, all right.
Oh,
We
public
have a
comment.
motion by Councilwoman Avila, second by the Vice Mayor. All right, is there any public comment on this item? And to clarify, Councilwoman Avila, your motion specifically includes the removal from the request of the self-storage use?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Yes. Do we have a public comment? Yes, Mr. Oh, all right. So was it Mr. Kraft or, okay. Come on down. You know the drill.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council. Dr. James Eric McDonough. My address is 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. Obviously, everybody here knows that I've never been a big fan of development, but I'll have to say, you guys got me at Chick-fil-A. With you, I agree. Chick-fil-A is great to have here, but not just that. I think it would be a good project. We need to have more development, not housing. We need more jobs. We need more shopping. We need more retail. We need more food. I'm also happy to see the medical facility there. With our growth in population, we are running into problems with having access to medical, and something I would also ask the board or the applicants to consider is also veterinary care. I know a lot of people in town have had a hard time in the last couple of years being able to get into a veterinarian for their animals because of the growth in population without any additional medical facilities to treat them. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you, Dr. McDonough. All right. So, all right, Ms. Sorrentino? Their public art's going to be a big rooster out on the corner.
Just real quick, Susan Sorrentino. Don't forget, we don't have an art gallery in the city. All of the artists in the city, we have filled up our apartments and our garages with art, and we love to put it out and sell it. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you. Come on down and give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening. What's going on? How are you guys doing? Jodrick Oaxaca, Chefs on the Run, 10 East Mario Drive, Homestead, Florida. Believe it or not, I definitely don't oppose. We need more, like the fine gentleman on the backside said, we need more jobs. As a business owner in downtown Homestead, I've been here for about 15 years, 18 years or so, and I see the housing developing, growing. That's fantastic. But we need exactly what you always refer to. I would like to see the same excitement focus on this side of town. Because when this building was first being talked about being built, they said the actual word was too grandiose. And I say, yeah, it's too grandiose, but you needed something like this to attract people like them to come over here and put their money. I would like to see this same type of excitement of bringing Chick-fil-A. You know, Homestead should be a hub. We are the middle ground between the Keys and the rest of Miami. If you own an Apple, you have to go all the way to Dateland or for the Falls to get your devices fixed, yes? Why are we not attracting the people? There's plenty of space over here to do so. Let's get excited about what's happening over there so it can happen over here too. I'm not afraid that other restaurants will come over here. We need more foot traffic. And that comes with the same level of excitement that you're showing to this side of town versus this other side of town. There's plenty over here to work with. Instead of, we can tear this down, there's nothing historical to do, or rebuild for where we already have, restructurize what we have, and give a bigger heartbeat to this side of town.
I think we all share your vision and desire, and every day, you know, with the manager, I think we all have those conversations, and stand by.
All right. And by the way, we have fried chicken sandwiches, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Did we have, we didn't vote yet. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, so first reading of, I guess we'll take, Mr. Pearl, if there are no objections, tabs 12, 13, and 14 together.
I was about to ask you.
They're all related with respect to the Southwest.
Yes.
It's all yours.
Okay, you'll bear with me for a moment then. Okay, tab 12 is first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan by amending the text of the Planned Urban Neighborhood Future Land Use category contained in Objective 2, Policy 2.1, providing for transmittal of this ordinance to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and all other units of local government or governmental agencies as required under Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, providing for adoption pursuant to Section 163.3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan, providing for repeal of conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Tab 13 is first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan by amending general standards and the regulating sub-area zoning regulations for the neighborhood mixed use and commercial sub-areas, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan, providing for an effective date. Tab 14 is first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30, Zoning, Article 3, District Regulations, Division 23, Planned Urban Neighborhood District, Section 30-39640, Maximum Density, Section 30-39642A, designation of PUNs, Section 30-396-44, maximum density, and Section 30-396-62 sub-areas to permit an increase in residential net density within the Southwest Plan urban neighborhood mixed use and commercial sub-areas from a maximum of 15 dwelling units per acre to 20 dwelling units per acre for properties located west of South Chrome Avenue, and further amending Article 4 Supplemental District Regulations, Division 1 generally, Section 30-398, Unified Residential Minimum Unit Size Requirements, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cordino, we have a new audience. Have it.
Okay, just to go over it again, we are recommending approval of all changes to all three of the documents that we're talking about. So we're changing three things. We're changing the master plan for the Southwest neighborhood. We're changing the comprehensive plan as it relates to that, and we're changing the zoning code because we need to do all those things in order to make a comprehensive set of changes. And like the attorney mentioned, effectively we're doing a handful of things. We are increasing the in the NMU and commercial sub areas for the residential dwelling units west of Chrome Avenue. We are increasing the density to 20 units an acre from 15 units an acre. We are dealing with the minimum residential unit size requirements as referenced in section 30-398. We're making amendments to the general standards and sub-area standards of the master plan, and we're clarifying some language in the comp plan's architectural vision. We went through this in great detail at the latest LPA meeting, and we're going to be contemplating bringing back at a later date issues about lot size. We are going to go back in the interim between first and second reading and deal with some of the paint color standards and clarify that a little bit more as we go forward. And then again, of course, we're recommending approval. And if we want to have any questions, we'll try to answer those as we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Cordino. Council?
I'll say one.
What's that? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So just real quick, as I got my thoughts a little more in order, my biggest concern, as I've seen in my neighborhood, specifically in the Southwest, is many of the renters there have moved out because of rent going up so high. The majority of the Southwest area lives in rental. So that is why I looked at this smaller footprint and more density as a way to be able to offer something more affordable, still holding to the standards of not accepting anything less than an A game. But if the RTZ does come with specifics on us adding density along the corridor, I would be okay with leaving the Southwest density as it is. If it is going to help any of our longstanding residents who do not want to leave the Southwest area, an opportunity to still live where they love to live. So I just wanted to make that clear, and that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, just to kind of reiterate my points earlier in regards to the reduction of the lot size from basically 2,900 square feet to 2,100 square feet.
Lot size?
Well, if you go from density-wise, sorry. Ultimately, for affordability, there's a lot of different things that we can do. You know, we've looked at several options that have been provided us, but I think we didn't even scratch the surface of what's out there. You know, now there's these new homes that are, order a box that are actually good-looking little houses that can be brought here locally on the back of a truck and installed in a few days that meet the criteria. There's the new printing capabilities that some of these vendors that are coming up with. They're meeting the South Florida building codes that are starting to come forward. You know, we also have manufactured homes that are in the city limits of Homestead right now that have been here since before Hurricane Andrew and replaced after Andrew. You look at the boardwalk. We have the Aquarius Mobile Home Park that at some point is going to be replaced. it's been purchased by someone else. So we need to look at all different options, but I think we need to be the ones reaching out to these vendors to ensure that they're ready to come down here to Homestead, because I think these products that they're building are top-notch. And yes, they are small, but they can also be expanded upon, and it's not the storage container look that we talked about before as well. That's all I had to.
Appreciate it. Thank you for those comments. Councilman? Anyone to my right? Either of the, okay. I have a question, Mr. Corradino.
Yes, sir.
In preparing for tonight, and I don't know what happened to my notes, there is a section in the code somewhere that talks about maximum percentage of each unit size. Is that applicable here so that we have a mix of unit sizes? I don't recall where I saw that, and it might have been in the business mixed use category that's really not been implemented yet, but I thought that we had that.
We don't have that written in here, but if we need to, we will write it in before the second reading. I think that's a good idea. That way that you're not allowing all, all of the smallest or all of the largest. You can spread it to whatever version. What are you contemplating, 33%, or what do you think?
Yeah, well, no, and I know there was, and I'll find it tomorrow and.
Well, I'll look for it.
And get with you, but it just guarantees that it's not all ones or twos or
Correct.
threes, that we have a good mix for, singles or a young couple or, young families or seniors. We've got that diversity of availability rather than a monolithic, we have is a one or a two. When if you've got a family with 3 kids, typically, you're going to need the 3
If you'd like to,
bedroom.
we can find that section of the code and make sure it's referenced here so that we have that spread.
Right.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah, just as something to look at on
I
next reading.
remember us talking about it at the workshop, so I was under the impression that that was already built in and that we weren't changing that, so good point.
Yeah, at least ensure that mix, or whatever mix we determine, if that is, we feel in retrospect is not a good mix, that it be imposed into this change. And also, I have some concern about the unit sizes. We also have in our code now, let's call it a business mix use unit size, that allows even for an efficiency unit at 700, a 1-bedroom at 850, a 2-bedroom at 1,000, and anything above the 2-bedroom at 150.
Is that like the work live type of unit?
Now, I think, was that something that was more contemplated for, let's say, more on Chrome and Washington perhaps? The business mixed use category that I understand from Ms. Lopez, it's not yet really, it's not attached to anything.
Right, it's more of a downtown kind of Chrome Avenue type of thing that we were contemplating. But again, these things, if they're good ideas and you want to, we can put them wherever you'd like to put them.
I mean, look, if you're going to, clearly, the majority of this body is going to pass smaller unit sizes, perhaps allowing for an efficiency and upping the game a little bit on the other units may be a good middle ground rather than the proposed 700, 850, and 1,000 that are proposed now. Perhaps we could, bring it. Right now we're talking about it. What we're talking about now does not provide for efficiencies at all. It's 700 square feet for a 1-bedroom, 850 for a 2, and 3, 1,000.
I say we
Under
talk
what's proposed.
I say we talk about, I like the efficiency idea because that's a staple in Miami-Dade County these days, and making it attractive and legal and safe, since they're going to do it anyway. I think we should.
No, I'm not talking about people's backyards. I'm talking about as a multifamily unit.
Correct, but I think we should add that to our workshop in addition to the setbacks discussion that we continue to have with these. So we can add it, we can modify and add it later.
But that the current code, the existing prospective business use category, or business mixed use category, is an efficiency at 700. Right now, the proposed 1-bedroom, the proposed change is a 1-bedroom at 700. So it's, those of you who are going to be in the majority, I'd ask you consider maybe allow some, and again, we're going to have to apply some percentage mix here, but perhaps allow for an efficiency at 700, increase the one-bedroom proposal from the current 700 up to 850, take the two-bedroom from 850 to 1,000, and then 150 square feet for anything over two-bedroom. It's kind of a middle ground. The business mixed-use unit sizes are I view as a middle ground between what we have now and what's proposed here tonight.
We can bring that at the second reading, but because I'd like to take the time to talk with staff about the difference between what you're proposing and what we're trying to come away from, and how it compares to this.
And that is a pretty significant reduction. I mean,
Yeah,
but,
so
you
I'd
know,
like
and
to,
again,
you
look
and
at
me
that.
will have a meeting to talk about those comparisons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just, you know, for those of you who are committed to a reduction in unit sizes, I would suggest that at least between now and second reading, you take a look at that alternate step going down, as well as the percentage mix that's in the code.
These units, would they be typically considered smaller than a single-family home? Business mixed use?
Yeah, the single-family home minimum is 1,000 square feet. The proposed category has a three-bedroom at 1,000 square feet. What's before us now?
I believe the single-family home minimum is 1,200.
It may be. I think townhouses and cluster houses can be 1,000.
So we would assume that the business mixed-use units would be slightly smaller than a single-family home minimum.
And they are here in the code that exists.
Okay. I just wanted to get that clarity, but
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
I say the business mixed use guidelines are smaller than the existing multifamily guidelines, but larger than what is proposed as the change before us tonight.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right, so, you know, I'll at least commit to look at that. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, and then, you know, obviously, look, for economic demographic purposes, I'm not a fan of the density increase. You know, we're going to take a look and see what happens on September 1st as to whether or not the county has imposed the density that we think we need on us, or far more than we need. All right, anything further? Councilman
Let
Roth.
me just add one thing real quick. There is definitely a shortage of one-bedroom units in the city, whether it be efficiency or one-bedroom. And just to give you a historical on Lakeshore has a lot of one-bedroom units in there, and they're 685 square feet, those units. So, and then recently built in 2004 are the units in Venetia Gardens area. Three-bedroom, two baths are 1,099 square feet. So it's not off base by much, but there definitely is a need for one-bedroom, one-bath units in the city, you know, because we get calls all the time and we just can't accommodate those. And so that's all. Thanks.
And in theory, that would tend not to engender overstuffing units as we see in single-family and the older apartment rentals. Any further? Any public comment on this matter, Mr. Kraft? If you would get him, can you get Mr. Kraft a microphone, please?
What I would like to say was when I spoke with you, Mayor, about other alternatives to building houses, remember? About they're building 200 units up in Virginia. They're printed out on a printer where they're using a concrete that is very flexible and also very sturdy. And they are here in Florida already doing that up in Palm Springs, where they have set up a workshop, and they are waiting on being approved for our categories. There are hurricanes down here south, because they are approved in north and the midsection of Florida. So it would be very relevant to look into that because, first of all, is a quarter of the time it takes to build a normal house, and the price tag is way lower. That means you get way more value for your money. You can build a 3-4 for $175,000, all included. Then of course you have to add the land. And if we have the land over in the southwest corridor, it shouldn't be difficult to invite some of those vendors down here and see what we can come up with. Instead of we go out and build 345,000 houses or call them affordable, because we damn well know it's not affordable for the people living there. If we can come up with a solution and they can get into a house for 150 or something like that in a proper size, that's worth looking into. And Mayor, you have that piece of paper I gave you, and just get the ball rolling and stop pretending that we are doing charity work for $345,000 when we are not. That's all.
Thank you, appreciate that. And, you know, those building technologies and new means of putting homes together is exactly what Councilman Fletcher alluded to. I think I alluded to it when we had the debate on the renegotiation with Minority Builders Coalition on some of those houses. And I know that staff has looked at some of those costs for the, whatever it is, modular or manufactured. You know, I know that, you know, we have folks who are ready to come to Homestead and deploy those new technologies, so that will absolutely address the affordability factor. Certainly won't solve all of our housing problems, but hey, for that one family or those 10 families that are in those homes, that's a really big deal. So we're certainly not going to dismiss that at all.
I have a question.
Appreciate it. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Corradino, if any private investment comes and brings these alternative design materials, design standards, and it meets Florida Building Code, there is nothing in our code that prohibits them from building that, right?
No, we don't have necessarily architectural standards. I mean, we get into the Southwest neighborhood and we start to put architectural standards on things, that's where we'll see that. But typically, no. So they can bring these techniques as long as they fit the Miami-Dade, the Florida Building Code, and they've got a product approval from Miami-Dade County. It's up to you all whether you want to approve them or not.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Good point. All right.
Mayor,
yes.
I want a little bit of clarification. So what we're gonna do is come back next time with import this section of the code from the business mixed use that talks about the percentage of each type of unit size. So we'll do that. I think we need to address formally with direction the color palette in this meeting. We did so last meeting. If somebody can, I assume we're going to do that and address the color palette. Do you need a formal motion?
So
if I can get a motion for the requested changes between first and second reading, we addressed at the LPA some color palette issues, and then Mr. Cordino just listed the others. We can do that all in one motion if everyone agrees, or if not, we can take them separately.
So the motion on each of these items would need to reflect further consideration at second reading of the color palette, and looking at the unit sizes and percentage mix parameters of each unit size.
Did you give us instruction to put an efficiency unit size in there, or should we do that for the next reading?
Council? B,
Okay,
the
that's
potential amendment at second reading.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
That's my motion.
What he said, right?
She said.
Okay. Do we have a second to what he said? All right, I knew you would. I knew one of you two. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any, and this is as to tab 12, right? It's going to be same motion on 12, 13, and 14. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, tab 12, we don't need to worry about some of the amendments, but 13 and 14 we do, but we've got it. So
Okay.
tab 12, we can just take a motion on tab 12.
Yeah. You right?
So 12's clean, the way it's
We can-
presented.
Let's go.
Is that your amended motion? Okay. We have a motion and a second for the adoption of tab 12 as presented on first reading. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
No.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Yes. Mayor Losner?
No.
Motion passed.
All right, so moving on to first reading of tab 12. Do we have a motion incorporating the
13.
parameters expressed by Mr.
Tab 13.
Tab
Yeah.
13, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Okay.
Tab 13, the motion incorporating the parameters and potential, is that sufficient?
A motion subject to the changes to the color palettes that were discussed at the LPA, as well as the unit allocations that, the percentages that Mr. Cordino has just articulated.
That's your motion? All right, it's been moved. Seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any further public comment? Ms. Sorrentino?
Real quick, I haven't heard you talk about seniors. We could use some one-bedroom apartments as we downsize. Many of us lose our spouses, and we're not ready for the home yet. So one-bedroom apartments sound pretty good. When I first moved here 5 years ago, till now, my Social Security went up $20. My rent went from $1,200 to $1,800. So don't forget the seniors. We're still alive and kicking, okay?
We're not, and that's baked into the discussion of the shortage of one-bedroom apartments. So that will be, absolutely, that's implicit in the discussion.
And then if we get a gallery, I could really move into a one-bedroom. Thank you very much.
They're gone. Those hints are, those years are gone.
I figure you put it out there, it'll happen. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on tab 13?
Yes.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
No.
Motion passed.
All right, moving on to first reading, a motion to approve at first reading of tab 14 with the clarification of the motion to address color palette, unit mix, and potential adjustment to the unit sizes. Yeah. Is that your motion, Councilwoman? Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any further public comment? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
No.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
No.
Motion passed.
And thankfully, that concludes the land use related portion of our agenda. Tab 15, first reading, car number 3568, Florida City Gas, Homestead Gas franchise. Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance for first reading, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a non-exclusive gas franchise agreement between Pivotal Utility Holdings, Inc., DBA, Florida City Gas, and the City of Homestead, granting a franchise to use the rights-of-way to construct facilities to provide gas service within the city, providing for compensation, providing for implementation, conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Florida City Gas has applied to the City of Homestead for a 30-year franchise to construct, install, and maintain facilities to provide natural gas service to customers within the city. In accordance with City Code Section 2811, the city can provide Florida City Gas with a franchise if the city deems this to be in the best interest of its residents. In return for the franchise, Florida City Gas will pay a monthly franchise fee to the city equal to 6% of gross revenues for sales of natural gas to customers within the city. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached ordinance and authorize the city manager to approve a franchise agreement with Pivotal Utility Holdings, Inc., DBA Florida City Gas, allowing for the construction, maintenance, and operation of facilities needed to provide natural gas services to their customers within the city. And I believe we have the representative on the line here, if there's any questions.
All right, thank you. Let me ask council, are there any questions or concerns? And then we'll go to the representative of Florida City Gas. All right, go ahead. Is Florida City Gas on the line?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Monica Barnes. I'm legal counsel for Florida City Gas, 700 Universe Boulevard, Juno Beach, Florida. And we're just here this night. I'm here along with my colleague, Miguel Bustos, and we're here to answer any questions if you have them.
All right, thank you. Council, seems pretty straightforward. They sell gas, we get a piece of the action. All right, I think we're clear. I'll ask for a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Councilwoman Avila. Quick question. What's the construction status out there? When would we be able to start pumping gas and seeing checks coming from Florida City Gas?
Well, actually, you already have gas services already offered to customers within the city. I believe that you're referring to the liquefied natural gas storage facility. I believe, and I'm not sure if Mr. Bustos can provide an update on that, but I believe that we're still working through the building permit process.
Yes, it is scheduled, if everything goes well, to be in operations by the end of April.
All right, we lost you. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Construction will begin in April.
Okay.
It will end in April.
Very good. Appreciate that. All right. Did we have a motion? Yes, we did. We did have a motion to second. Is there any public comment on this item? Close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Also, Mr. Mayor, I have a comment, just
Sure.
quickly.
Come on down, Dr. McDonough and Councilman Fletcher. Let him make a comment. We'll go from there.
Yeah, just for clarification, and other previous council meetings, I had to recuse myself from voting on these issues. I'm no longer an employee of Florida Power and Light. I've since retired, so I will be happy to vote on these issues as needed. Thank you.
Oh, and fill in the gap. Florida City Gas is owned by Florida Power and Light.
Is owned
Or
by
NextAir, or whatever the
Energy.
heck they are this week. Dr. McDonough.
Yep. Dr. James McDonough, 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. And congratulations on getting out of that and being able to vote for us, Sean. I'm in support of this. I think the money it'll bring into the city will be very helpful. I have a PhD in thermodynamics for the non-science people here. This means that I have a PhD in studying energy. Natural gas is the future. We have natural gas coming out everywhere. Most of the natural gas in the world gets burned off. So it's going to get burned and turned into CO2 anyway. But if we use it for energy, then it helps the environment. It helps us rely less on other sources of energy. I think it's a great idea. So I would approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Okay, you're good. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
He nodded his head in the affirmative.
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
He voted to have gas, yes. All right, motion carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. All right, next item is tab 16. Car number 3596, the purchase of a backup SULZER pump for INFLUENT Pump Station 1. In English, Mr. Manager.
I'll keep it simple, Mayor. Pump Station 1 is the primary lift station for the city of Homestead and operates with 3 SULZER pumps, which sends flows to the county. All 3 pumps must be operational for heavy rain events and emergencies in order to handle the increased incoming flows. The purchase of a 4th backup pump would allow operations to continue as normal while one of the primary pumps are taken out of service for maintenance or repairs. Staff recommends the Mayor and Council authorize the city manager to purchase 1 backup SULZER pump for INFLUENT Pump Station 1 from Hydra Services, Inc. for $62,034.70.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Hey, always good to have redundancy in this age of parts shortages.
Absolutely.
All right, any public comment on this item? Yeah, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve. Moved by Councilman Fletcher.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Guzman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, next item, resolution, tab 17, car number 3633, purchase of transformers from FP&L. Mr. Manager, or Mr. Pearl, would you read it by title, please?
Tab 17 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive bidding requirement for electric transformer purchase transaction between the city and Florida Power and Light in accordance with City Code Section 2-411B as an exempt from competitive bidding, authorizing the transaction and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Due to supply chain issues and unanticipated excessively long lead times for transformers, Homestead Electric is unable to meet certain deadlines for providing the necessary infrastructure to supply power to new homes currently being constructed. The city has reached out to FP&L, which has agreed to sell certain transformers to the city at their cost. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with FP&L for the purchase of 35 50 kVA transformers for a total of $151,025.
Thank you. And these are new?
These are new transformers, yes, sir.
Okay. Nice to be able to have a stockpile on their part, right?
Well, we're going to take advantage while we can.
How does that compare to what, if we could order one, what are we looking at now on
My understanding, they're coming in around $7,000 now for these transformers, so we're getting a good deal.
Very good. Appreciate it. I think that's important that when we talk about waiving competitive bidding, that we are justifying that amount, and we've certainly done so with that discounted amount for those brand-new transformers. Any public comment on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve tab 17.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Tab 18, car number 3604, Book Mountain Water Damage Repair. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 18 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving repair of the flood damage to the Book Mountain exhibit at the City CYBRARIUM property, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. On Sunday, May 15th, 2022, the CYBRARIUM suffered severe water damage in multiple rooms from a flood event. One of the items affected was the artistic exhibit commissioned by the City of Homestead entitled Book Mountain. The city wishes to have Taylor Studios, the vendor that designed and constructed the display, perform the repairs as a sole source vendor. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter an agreement with Taylor Studios to repair Book Mountain for a total of $61,750. And just a side note, this is being covered by our insurance and self-insurance as well.
Thank you. Any initial questions or comments from council? Any public comment? You just need to sit further closer to the front.
I just had a question. It's not coming out of Art and Public Places funds because I know that money was used to build it.
No, ma'am, it is not. It's being paid by insurance.
Insurance.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, very good. We'll close the public hearing and
Just
ask.
one more thought.
Yes, Councilman.
Just a thought. I know that the occurrence that caused the damage to the CYBRARIUM was a unique situation, but are we making any plans to correct so it doesn't happen in the future?
Yes, sir. We've already engaged the services of a civil design engineer to help correct the design defect that is what caused this flood event. And we're also working with the attorneys in the event that we're able to get some additional compensation from the designer.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, come on down.
Hey, Joe Guhake, Chefs on the Run, 10 East Moyer Drive, downtown Homestead, 33030. I couldn't help the thing since we're talking about flooding, and we've made good friends with the people in the CYBRARIUM. Kind of roll back on the subject I was here previously before regarding the flooding in the alleyway. Since we're talking about flooding, my issue is still not resolved. And while I can stand over here right now and tell you that I personally have put in my time to create progress in that aspect, I can tell you that we are able to speak to Commissioner Higgins and to push this, our also unique situation, to be moved to a, what's the word I'm looking for, I'm sorry, unfunded projects. So they're looking to fund this project on the next fiscal year, which they told me it'll be like the end of September into October. I understand how the politics works. That's fine. But, you know, we always fear hurricane season, but since I see the proactivity of the city going to the CYBRARIUM and everything, I'd like to see what kind of proactiveness the city is going to have in conjunction with the Miami-Dade County and the Office of Commissioner Higgins to be able to solve our flooding issue that we have for over 10 years. So I just wanted to inform regarding, since we're talking about flooding, I personally have put in a lot of work with into the commissioner. I appreciate anybody for you guys who have also moved forward with us to help us in this issue. Speaking of flooding, that is the end of my roadblock. That is my roadblock. That's as far as I can go personally. Just to let you know, the county is looking to fund this, and I understand that the city of Homestead has interest into assist with the issue since it is in Homestead property, since we're looking at downtown, and sometimes it's referred as an eyesore. This is not only an eyesore, but this is something that actually affects our lifestyles. You know, we have to close down every time that it floods. We submitted pictures, we submitted videos, we've had walkthroughs with some of you guys. We had a very proactive meeting today with the city manager. Thank you very much to CRA and all the offices that came to help us with a different subject. That's also to help us keep butts on the seats and profit and keep giving downtown Homestead a heartbeat. So that's pretty much where I stand. You know, so for the city of Homestead to be as proactive, so quick for something to happen in May, for something that we've been dealing for the last 10 years, since we already got as far as the end of the road as we can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, here's a tip. I believe you're going to be at the State of the City next week, as is Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
Come again?
Next week, I believe you're going to be at the State of the City event.
Of course.
So will Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
Well, I reached out directly to their office and then directly to her. So thankfully, as good as we have a relationship with the city of Homestead,
push you all off in a corner and maybe invite her over and show her the real issues. I just want to make a distinction here between, and not to diminish it. The distinction here is our problem was a design issue. It was an internal on our property. Your problem is that you have a neighboring landowner that has, in a nutshell, I think, improper drainage. You've got runoff from other areas.
Oh no, I completely understand, and I've learned so much in the last year about, you know, county politics and city politics that I will never call myself an expert, but I already know where the lines slide. But I also stood over here a little closer a year ago to at least I understand that the property did not belong to the city of Homestead, but I remember distinctly very, very clear that I requested to at least see if we can get some kind of cleanup in the area, and the mayor expressed support for it, and my landlord is still going around providing the services, at least some type of cleanup. Right now, another county installed trees, which is, I'm sorry, it's a dumb idea. Now those trees are overhanging over the garbage, and it's hard to open and close. So who can take the diligence of cleaning, of doing some? I'm not asking for, like I asked before. I understand that you couldn't physically go in there because there's rules and regulations, but we at least asked for some kind of maintenance of the area, and that's, I'm sorry, sad to say, that's failed to do so. Huh? But the mayor also said that he will help us in any way he could, and I understand that the county was not going to come to do a cleanup. I had to call the offices of the transport myself to get some answers, and now they're a little more diligent when it comes to the side of the fence and pass. But from what's on the other side, the city said they will be on our side to help us, and I was sadly to say, but that's felt to be so.
So I assume now that you've talked about what you signed up to talk about. You put in a card to speak public comments.
I'm sorry? Yes, I did.
Yeah. Was this your
No,
subject?
sir.
Oh,
This
okay.
happened to be the
All right.
subject of flooding.
All right, appreciate that. And I know we're on the subject of flooding, and you've got issues, and we'll let the manager, brief us and see what we can continue to do how's your canopy coming, as long as we've diverted way out into the weeds here?
It's still working project.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have a motion and a second to approve tab 18. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next item is tab 19, car number 3614, payment of water extraction services from CYBRARIUM. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 19 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving emergency water extraction services related to the flood damage at City CYBRARIUM property, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a sister card to the previous card that we just approved, or that you all just approved. On Sunday, May 15, 2022, the CYBRARIUM suffered a severe water damage in multiple rooms in a flood event. ServPro was contacted immediately for water extraction and remediation of the damage. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to process payment to ServPro in the amount of $107,800.82 for emergency water extraction and remediation services at the CYBRARIUM beginning on May 15, 2022 through May 23, 2022, and this also is covered by insurance.
Thank you. Council?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Fletcher?
Just briefly, when I had my discussion with the city manager and his staff the other day, I asked that we take a look at this and get a contract in place ahead of time, because this is an I gotcha moment. You're going to be potentially only having one person to come and provide those services, and if we have a contract ahead of time, or at least a potential blank check there ahead of time, we're going to get a better deal. So just something for everyone to remember. We're looking to try and save the city money. Even though this is an insurance cost, we still want to get the lowest amount possible. Thank you.
Are you referring, may I just clarify, are you referring to like a maintenance agreement plan, some type of contract?
Similar, like a year contract. Maybe maybe it's not a dollar amount contract. You have a $0 bid. We're going to give you the award type thing based on your service contract amount.
Sort of along the lines of what we have for hurricane cleanup efforts, where we pre-contract folks to come down and start. Is that kind of along the lines?
Very similar, yes.
Okay.
Can we do that based on having like all of our city buildings under that type of contract, or does it have to be specific to CYBRARIUM?
Right now, we have, at least my understanding, at least 2 vendors registered who do this type of service, if I'm not mistaken. ServPro was selected, which I believe is the first one who answered the phone, right? And so we wanted somebody out here as quickly as possible, but I'll sit down with procurement and see if we can do some type of contracts pre-event in case any issue comes up.
Very good, thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, before we continue, we need a motion to extend the meeting to 9:30. Moved by Councilman Fletcher, second by Councilwoman Bailey. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Next item, tab 20, car number 3626, Homestead Police Athletic League After School Summer Program. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 20 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award from the Children's Trust of Miami-Dade County for a youth college preparation program, approving the grant agreement, authorizing the city manager to execute the grant agreement, establishing a budget in the amount of $195,811 for the expenditure of grant funds, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2018, the Children's Trust awarded the City of Homestead a 5-year grant in the amount of $195,811 per year in order to implement through the Homestead Police Athletic League an after-school and summer college preparation program. This is the 5th year of the program, which is open to 60 youth who are in the grades 6 through 12 who participate in academic support for higher education, civic engagement and career and college readiness, police athletic league activities, and social emotional supportive activities. At the end of the program, the youth participate in a statewide college tour exposing the students to avenues of learning that they may not have considered an option. The goal of the program is to prepare students and families for higher learning opportunities through the program components and promote goal setting and college readiness while engaging students. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement and establish a budget for a grant award of $195,811 from the Children's Trust of Miami-Dade County for the 2022-2023 Police Athletic League School and Summer College Preparation Program.
Yes, thank you. Initial questions or comments from council? All right. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Anyone online? Do we have a motion to approve?
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Good, thank you. All right. The next item is public comments. We have a 3-minute time limit. Chef, I believe you were signed up to speak. So we'll let you go first, and followed by Mr. Kraft and then Dr. McDonough.
Thank you very much. Joe Hake, 10 East Maya Drive, Homestead, Florida, 33033. The main reason why I'm here is, in this aspect is I understand that there's been talk of wanting to do events on a rooftop events over the existing parking lot, and there is a issue regarding the restrooms and all these things, and there's a possible talk of building bathrooms to supply such events in the area. So downtown business, I am all forward for anything that will give any attention to Homestead. As a person of established business for over 10 years and seeing what COVID did to all of us, just before, I used to be a smoker, so I would go to the corner, smoke a cigarette, and I was taken by a night that the lights were on, people walking down to Homestead. There was a beautiful aspect, even as quiet as it can be, that we're missing so much. This is the arts and entertainment area of Homestead, the area where businesses can sell liquor until 2, 3 in the morning. There is a very big opportunity in the downtown Homestead, since the code in that aspect over there only allows until midnight. There's so much to do over here, and to be able to bring events, night events, when the Lusner Park reopens, I envision that the city and other venues will come here to host events, and these are the things that hopefully will bring other businesses to bring their business down here. We need more, we need restaurants, we need bars, we need social aspect. We can build 20,000 units in a year, but people are still driving on the turnpike, spending gas, spending parking lot, and going to Miami to take Homestead money outside here, and it goes straight back to Miami. The same people that work in Miami will go back and spend their money because we are lacking a social aspect. If this will be something that moves forward in the future, I will be here to support it as well, because in order for downtown to not to be dead, or not to be an eyesore, or to be whatever form anybody wants to describe it, I take it partially personal, because I've been here for 10 years fighting, and people have asked me, why don't you go somewhere else? Because if I go, then who is going to stay here and put a face for downtown Homestead or for Homestead itself? So if this ever happens to be something that gets put on the agenda, I am already saying that I'm pro for it, because this type of events, as safe as it needs to be, we need this type of things to keep to expand our community and give and give a huge heartbeat to this side of town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys.
Okay. Mr. Kraft, you're up.
Yeah, I am up again. Yeah, I'm always up. But anyway, I was wondering, the property we have on Campbell and US 1, the old city lot, where are we with the negotiation, or whatever we should call them, with urban development and Mr. Milo? Have we come to a final destination with it, or are we just still paddling or struggling for air, or what are we doing there? Question number one. Then I was wondering, how does it go with the other projects we have in the CRA? Bakery, beauty salon, and all those things. Where are we with all those projects? Nice with a follow-up. And finally, I was wondering, now when all you magnificent seven are assembled, we have a race coming up at the racetrack, NASCAR. Why don't we invite the governor down here and let him shine a little bit, so Homestead can be known a little further than Miami? Because we have the salmon farm, we have many other things that could be nice for him to see. We are more than the racetrack, but that could be an occasion. Thanks.
Thank you. To answer your questions very quickly, we are still in negotiations with the related urban group. Secondly, I think recently we received a report at the last CRA meeting on my inquiry that the salon for the Homestead Station site is in permitting, and some of the permits I think have been issued in the last couple of weeks, according to the property manager over there, as well as the Sweet Jaylene's. Also, I believe in design or permitting there. Those are all going forward. As you know, construction takes time.
So that means everything is on the right
governor.
track.
Okay. I'd be pretty confident he's going to be at the races. He's been at the last two events, and I have no reason to believe that he won't be at the October event.
So that means we will be able to shine together with him, the city.
Well, let's hope. His schedule is usually pretty tight, and he's closely guarded. But we know the guys out at the track, and maybe we can...
but you are the mayor. You should be able to pull some strings.
Sometimes you'd be surprised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McDonough.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Dr. James Eric McDonough, 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. Unfortunately, the topic I want to talk about today, I can't be as happy and jubilant as I was about the other topics I spoke on. And whenever I say is not a reflection upon many of the good officers in the Homestead Police Department, it's directed to the criminals that wear badges. You guys might be aware that last year there was an accident where 3 children died. The officer who was involved in the chase leading up to this violated the chase policy. To date, based on my records request, there has been no IA investigation or no punishment or nothing's done to this. I've been working with and speaking with the families, and the families have told me that several of the Homestead cops that they have been speaking with have lied directly to their face. Then we come into the illegal withholding of records, which I actually believe is a felony official misconduct under Florida Statute 838022, Section 1, Paragraph B. It is beyond a doubt anybody who has read the transcript or seen the videos from Friday, the city was absolutely disgraced in how they've been responding to these records requests. The judge ordered mandamus, forcing the city to give me records. Since then, the city has given me records at 4 separate times, only in response to me continuing to say they have not given all records. They still have not produced all the records, so whoever's working on withholding the records, you might want to be prepared for a criminal contempt of court. I don't know what will happen, but I don't think the judge will be happy. Fourth, there's nepotism problems. I've brought up the nepotism that's within the police department many a times. The officer who was involved in the crash got kicked out of college for cheating, was cheating on his taxes. The background investigators unequivocally stated he should not be hired because he was untrustworthy until his brother-in-law, who was a captain, went and begged Chief Roll to get him a job, and he did. Lastly, I don't say this lightly, but due to the inaction that's been going on in the city, the blood of these 3 children's hands is on the city manager. Maybe he would like to do something. The city expects the entire council to be vocal about this, and if nobody decides to not be vocal about this, next year, I'm sure they'll work to replace you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further public comment? Last chance. All right, anything further under your business, Mr. Manager?
Nothing else for me, Mayor.
Mr. Attorney? All right. Councilwoman Bailey, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I hope everybody had a good first day back at school. And I wanted to paraphrase something that I shared earlier this week on social media, that we all need to sit down with our children and explain that being rich, poor, tall, short, chubby, skinny, brown, black, yellow, or white is not a joke. There is nothing wrong with wearing the same shoes every day. Explain that a backpack from last year carries the same dreams as one bought this year. We don't exclude anyone for being different. Different is what makes this beautiful world go round, and education starts at home. So have these discussions. If they are old enough, have the difficult discussions of how some students have thought that suicide was their only way out of a difficult situation, and continue these conversations so that we can have a wonderful school year with no bullying, where we can be fortunate to just learn and make new friends and everything that it is supposed to be. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate those very relevant and accurate words. I think I saw that on somebody's social media page. Might have been yours. All right. Councilman Roth? Thank you. Councilman Fletcher? Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Not to belabor a few things, but I'd like to give the county, the city support for the recent issues that occurred up in Liberty City with one of their detectives being shot in the line of duties. It was just announced recently that he has passed in the last few minutes. So give them all our very best and support that we can, to include our own officers. I had a long list of items here to talk about tonight. I really don't want to go into it, but let's make sure we're reaching out to those in the Blue family and supporting them as needed during these difficult times. I started off this morning very roughly. I woke up at 5:30. A few minutes before my alarm went off, immediately laid back down and fell asleep, and I woke up at 9:30. So immediately I had a 3-hour delay in my day. Went through a few things. It took some time to get through, but ultimately I had to stop and reflect on the day's activities, and I wrote a whole bunch of things down. You know, and this news that I just got just made me reflect that I'm very thankful for being here today. You know, so I hope we all just take the opportunities to remember the reasons why we're here, the reasons why we're here supporting the city, and the reasons why we do the things we do on a daily basis. One of the things that I wrote down here, I just wrote it again as a reminder. I have to send the city manager a note, but there's one of the things that I lost in the 3 hours today, earlier, in regards to some solar discussions you're going to have. Secondly, as I reflect, the issue with the Homestead, the old City Hall location and the urban-related group. I think ultimately, I appreciate the email that you did send out in regards to that activity, but I think overall, in general, we have lost the concept of what we initially started with when we had that discussion. We wanted to make that the showplace for downtown Homestead. And through the different iterations that have come through 3 or 4 times, that has not turned into a showplace. It's turned into a large housing development right on US 1. That's not what we wanted to look at. We wanted to look at a great event location that would support our downtown, and people would want to come and visit there and go to businesses there and art locations there. And we've gotten way, way far from that original discussion point. So I think it would be in the best interest if we would schedule another public workshop that we can all get in front of each other, including the folks from Related Urban, and we can rein this thing back in from where it started, because not only has Urban Related changed their presentation, but we also changed some standards on them and asked them to do some things to help the city out. So I think we bring it back together, we have a discussion, and we look each other in the face and say, yes, we're going to move forward, or no, it's time to move on. So I would hope my colleagues would support that we schedule a workshop as soon as humanly possible to have this discussion.
Thank you. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you so much. Thank God you brought it up. I have not been bringing it up. I have been patiently waiting out of respect for staff, and being the youngest on the dais, I wanted to kind of, wait on the sidelines to let someone else be the front of this conversation. But I'm so glad you brought it up. I've been wanting to do a workshop. I think it's absolutely needed. We have seen multiple documents go back and forth. I want to have a sit-down with mayor, council, Related, Rebel, staff, everybody in one place at the same time, so we can recap, as you mentioned, and as you said, look each other in the eye and say, nope, that's not going to work, or this is what we need to see, item by item, on the development agreement that we've been waiting for, and come to some kind of conclusion. And if that's not what we get after a year of working on trying to obtain a development agreement, then we say respectfully, thank you, but we're going to look at other options. But we've only had one public workshop in March after selecting the developer. This is a massive project, and this is going to take multiple, look how many workshops we have to do on the Southwest Master Plan. Are you kidding me? We are going to need to sit down and talk about this, and I don't want us to get lost in personalities or in back and forth, position, posing, and I'm not going to give first or what have you. So I agree 100%. Let's schedule it. I would respectfully ask that we have a public workshop with Rebel first, so we can kind of get an idea and better understanding as to what the suggestions have been, and ask Related Urban to respectfully sit out of that workshop so we can discuss without them being present, without the pressure of them being present, and then follow up with a workshop immediately right after, since we'll be all together, and have the workshop with Related to follow up.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to close on, I appreciate those comments, and I agree with everything in regards, with regards to Rebel Group. Again, I think the whole concept has gotten too big. It's gone from 380 units to 740 units. That's not what we originally discussed. So I think we just need to rein the whole thing back in and have that discussion. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I would agree, Councilman. I think that, we're legally constrained from really doing anything other than in a public forum, and there's nothing like being face-to-face. And you're right, this is nothing that resembles what the first proposal or even the very initial back and forth consisted of. I think that we've gotten the advice from Rebel. We understand what their issues are in terms of consulting. But I think it's incumbent on us that we're going to have, in order to go forward, we're going to have that sit down with the proposer and make, with one voice, or at least a consensus, that these are the items we must have in a formal proposal. And if you cannot provide those, why not? Or is there an alternative that we can consider? Or do we need to go our separate ways and start over again? And we've got those baseline points, and I think it's important that they hear from all of us at the same time what our concerns are, either personally and from consultation with our consultants, or advice from our consultants. We need to do that so that we can send that clear message so that they can go back and begin to craft a full-scale agreement. Now, I agree. There will be more than one, there will be more than two additional workshops, because clearly as contracts as they evolve, other issues arise that ultimately are going to have to land in our lap. But we don't even have anywhere near a consensual starting point with this proposer, and I feel that some have maybe been reluctant to have that, both at staff and on council, to have that conversation, but I don't see any way forward so long as everybody needs to understand that I'm going to be prepared to be loud and clear and very concise as to what I feel is appropriate for the city to receive if we're going to go forward. Certainly next week's not a good week. I think Labor Day is the following Monday, is that correct? But certainly the first week of September, if we can do it. Is there anyone here in objection to proceeding in that manner?
Mayor?
Councilman Roth?
Oh, sorry.
You can go first if you like.
Yeah, look, I just want to say that I understand council's frustration. It's shared, right? And staff is not opposed to having a workshop. Absolutely not. But we think, with the experience we've had the last 8 months, and Councilman, you touched on it, this project has changed, by my count, at least 5 times, right? And so to avoid any ambiguity or any confusion, after talking to Rebel, staff, and council, we're of the mindset, you want to have a sit down with Related to hammer out what you all want and what you're willing to accept, that we need a baseline to start having that conversation. Now, the request for development agreement has come up multiple times, and it could be very simple. And I'm not saying a term sheet. We got plenty of term sheets, and every time we turn around, the term sheet changes. So I think Councilwoman Avila referenced the March 29th council meeting. The video is there. There's Related's proposal, what they're going to construct, and all of you, except for Mrs. Bailey, wasn't present at the meeting, said, yes, this is what we want. And after that, it's changed. I think it's incumbent upon ourselves to reach out to Related. That's why I sent you all the email yesterday with the proposed letter to send to them and tell them, if you want to move forward, give us that baseline. Give us that development agreement so you have something to look at and we have something to look at. Because what's happening now, they talk, we talk, and then all of a sudden, things get lost in translation. You know what doesn't get lost in translation? Stuff that's written down. Okay? And since Rebel came online, we've been very formal, writing down what our requests are, what our concerns are, and asking Related to respond. And you know what's happened so far. So all I ask, staff asks, your consultants ask, I'm sure legal asks as well, let's get that baseline development agreement in our hands saying how many phases, how many units. They can make that development agreement based on their last email they sent, which was sometime in July. That way, all of you have it in front of you, and you say, you know what? I don't like this and I don't like that, or I do like this and I do like that. But we bring them into the room, we have that starting point in writing, so there's no misconception of what they're proposing they're going to build, when they're going to build it, all right? I know the question about the monies have come up, a fixed amount every year with an escalator or 15% of gross. That runs the gamut, okay? I could tell you, I'm hearing one here and the other one there. But you know what I do hear from all of you? That you want to make sure that what they propose they're going to build, they're going to build it. And that, hey, by the way, things have changed and we're not going to do phase 3, which is the commercial component. So you know what? You can have the property back. I don't think that's what you want. They're proposing something, we're giving up the most valuable piece of property this city has, Campbell Drive and US 1. And we know what we want. So we need to get it in writing from them to assure us that this is the group we want to move forward with and have an amazing project. Nobody here doesn't want the project. We all do. But we got to have this thing in writing. This back and forth, we've wasted 8 months in this back and forth. And sorry for being long-winded.
It's understandable. We all share, I think most of us share your frustration. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not, I'm willing to go forward with one more workshop. The biggest problem I have with this whole process has been they won't put it in writing what the city will receive in compensation. In fact, Councilman Fletcher, I think the development started off at 250 units, if I believe. 251, I think, was the number, and it is up around 700 now. So I think they deserve another, bite at the apple with us, to come clean, to give us and tell us exactly what it is they want. I just finished a negotiation. It took me a year to close, and I understand how negotiations can take. But to be honest, they just never have given, at least me, what I wanted. It's a very simple thing. How much will the city benefit from this project? And, I just think that there's some deception that has occurred, but I believe that if we get in the room together face to face, we can work those things out. And if we can't, then it's time to move on. Sometimes you have to cut ties. Sometimes you have to understand that the time that we've invested in this project at this point has not produced anything. And it's time to have that last meeting with them, talk to them, say, listen, if we want this to work, these are the conditions that I think we are willing to work under, as long as we all agree what those are. And as Councilman Fletcher said, I'm not sure I need 700 units on Campbell Drive in US 1. As the manager just said, that's the most valuable piece of property we have in the city of Homestead. And it needs to be iconic at the end of the day. It can't be just a housing development. So I'm willing to sit down and meet with everybody again and do it one more time and, see where it ends up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I think to maybe set the stage here, it sounds like that what we need to do is, in writing to them, make very clear what information, what form of writing we need from them to hold a workshop. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, Mayor. And we believe a draft of the development agreement would be the way to go here.
Well, and to a certain extent, a full development agreement is going to be a little bit difficult, right, on the concepts of number of units, phasing, timing, what's in each phase, what's your guarantee of development, proposed guarantee of development, safeguard, assurance of development, and how do you propose to compensate the city? We need something more than these bullet points in order to have that. We need to know their answers to those questions in order to have.
In detail, right? Answer to those, I understand
Yes.
not the full, not the full development.
In detail is a far cry from a full-blown development agreement.
Agreed. Matt,
Sure.
Matt, anything else anything else you could think of?
Let's let Matt weigh in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Pearl.
Thank you. Who's going first?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I need to point out that July 8th, we received a deal structure sheet, which has the units, the phases, it has an update on the different changes, and it also has a lot of blanks, kind of fill in the blank. And that's why I think it's important to have the workshop, because this is basically the meat and potatoes of what the development agreement will consist of. And I understand that the development agreement is going to have, clauses and things that, nullify other clauses, and that's what your job is going to be, to make sure that all those checks and balances are there. But the purposes of our workshop, to identify what the meat and potatoes has to be, I have shifted my position on some of these items. For example, the homeownership component. I don't agree anymore with where I stood in March at that workshop. So I don't necessarily want them to work on a development agreement that has that in there until we have a secondary discussion about it. So I would prefer us to have the workshop on the basis of the deal structure sheet that was presented back on July 8th, forward them those questions that are being brought up now, and tell them we want them to be prepared and to provide clarity as to those specifics so that we can come to an agreement. Because there's probably, I know that there's reasoning as to why the units have increased. It's to be able to accommodate other requests that have been made. But we need to refresh ourselves. We need to come back to a center of balance as to, do we really want to make those demands then? Do we want to scale back on the units? So I don't think I want to have direction be to ask them to provide something else before we schedule a workshop. I'd like to schedule a workshop, the baseline being the deal structure sheet, and put them on notice that those questions must be answered, and we're going to finalize these details for the development agreement that we will expect immediately following the workshop. Not another 5 workshops after that. That's my position. Thank you.
Mr. Pearl.
I think that in order to make the meeting productive, giving them a heads up about the specific items that we need, whether it's a full draft of a development agreement, although I understand there may be some moving pieces here, but how they would address some of the structural issues that have been identified to date, going back by the consultants and discussions that staff has had with them as well. I think putting them on notice of the issues that they should have addressed, and getting something in writing about their proposals to address those issues would probably be helpful in guiding this discussion, because something this big can go off on tangents about, how much nonprofit space versus how much, and not that all of those details don't need to be incorporated, but its foundation, the guarantee of, the how much, the when, what happens if these subsequent things aren't built, the specific structural details of what it's going to look like, aside from we're going to build this, if we can flush those things out ahead of time, or at least make those requests ahead of time, and maybe their answers will be, well, there are certain things that we can't do because they don't feel the deal structures, but they can address that then. I think it would be more productive if you gave them a heads up and requested the answers to those questions in writing.
No, I agree. We need to be very clear on what we expect them to bring to a discussion. Matt and I have used we've got to put some more meat on those bones of that July 8th proposal.
And you all have a draft of the letter we were proposing. Obviously, we could sit down with legal as well as the consultants and modify that, refine that. But hearing you all, Ms. Avila, the last term sheet they sent with detail of really what's going to be built, so a good starting point to start having that conversation, more detail, more meat on the bones, with a definitely addressing the concerns of what happens if they do not complete the phases. And the answer might be, we're just going to give you your property back. That might be the answer. Put it in writing. You all might be okay with that. You might not be okay with that. But at least it's a good starting point to go ahead and start moving this forward. Once again, things that aren't confusing, things that aren't ambiguous, are things that are written down. And that's, I think, where we need to go here.
I agree. I think we need to, recraft the draft of the letter that you circulated to, kind of take on the flavor of what we've said tonight. The advice of our attorney.
Right, and I think we were looking to give them till mid-September to respond, to give them ample time to digest this, right? They might look at it and say, you know what, we're done.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or they might say, all right, let's go back, we'll have a workshop and let's see what happens. But I mean, we'll modify the existing letter for what council is asking for, but give them ample time to go ahead and respond. And if they don't respond, I mean, I don't know what to do at that point.
So do you think it's practical to go ahead and choose a date in the second week of September?
I'd rather send them a letter first and give them ample, I don't want to, we could schedule something, Mayor, but I don't want to tell you a week before, Mayor, we got to pull this.
Let's get their response, and then we'll see what our schedule permits as quickly as possible after their response.
And absolutely, and I'm sure we'd want to make sure that all of you, all 7 of you are at that workshop, right? So I know that's important to all of you.
Okay, Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, just to staff, let me make myself perfectly clear. I'm not saying staff has not done their job. That's the connotation that I'm getting from that side of the table. I think we have not done our job because we haven't been asking the questions to move this thing on quickly. Again, I really think that the current agreement and the draft letter that you provided is great, but the current agreement doesn't meet what we first initially talked about. So that's what we got to get. That's why the workshop is to corral this whole thing back in and have that discussion with some of those things answered. But I think your letter goes a little too far because we've asked for certain things from them to help us out in the long run. So there's been some give and take both ways. Let's bring it back together, let's bring it back home and have that discussion so we can either move forward or go on. I'm tired of dealing with this at this stage. We need to make a decision. That's all. My suggestion is we have the public workshop, second week of September, whether or not we get a response from them back. If we don't get a response from them back to the letter, they don't show up to the workshop, then we know what the answer is. Or they tell us they're going to show up. Let's have the discussion. That's all I'm asking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just concerned, Councilman, and I know you're not saying staff hasn't done their job. I mean, we talk to you guys basically every week about what's going on here. I'm just concerned that if we're having the workshop, doesn't matter if you send us this stuff or not, I'm afraid 6 months from now, we're going to be having this conversation again. That's my concern.
That would be on us. Then if we're having 4 or 5 or 6 additional workshops, shame on us. Thank you.
Yeah, they've got to provide the details at some point, or we move
Mayor.
on. Yes.
Councilman, would you be okay with it being the first week instead of the second week? Because that would be 4 weeks from now, a month, to have a workshop.
When every member is available on council, when Related's available, when our staff's available. That's when we need to be able to have.
I would prefer the first week. We have a CAL meeting on the 6th, so perhaps maybe a Thursday or Friday. If everyone is available, that's what I would prefer instead of the second week. But if it's the second week, fine. But the sooner, the better.
Well, absolutely. Certainly, we're not going to be next week. The following week is a short week. Let's be realistic. A revised letter is not going to go out to them and probably until Monday at best. So that gives them next week and Labor Day week. So that springboards us into the second week of September already.
My plan was to send the letter this Friday, once I'd heard from all of you, and I'm hearing from you.
And you're hearing what needs to be adjusted.
Correct. Yes. Okay. But I think Related needs to hear from all of you right now that you want something in writing. I think that's important. Because if we leave the door open, they're walking through the door. That's all I'm saying. If we're going to have the workshop no matter what, we're going to be having the workshop no matter what.
Let me be clear. I need answers and I need far more detail in order to have a public discussion.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll circulate that. Councilwoman, I'm sorry, I looked beyond the bottom of the page and skipped over your business, so please go ahead.
By accident? Oh, okay.
Yes, it was.
No, I believe. So, as much as I want to be at my kitchen table, or at this time tucking my children into bed after their first day of school, I am excited to hear about the solar stuff, so I hope you talk about it, but talk about it quick, okay? And I can talk fast, so I can hang. But congratulations to all the first-time schoolers in kindergarten, and all the moms and dads happy that school's back in session. And to our police department, you're doing a great job, and I want to thank you for being available when we have questions and responding when we need you to respond. And so God bless you and get home safely, okay? And I wanted to thank on one of the items our city manager and staff for the relationship that you guys have continued to maintain and build with FPL, that it got us that great deal. That does not just happen. So I wanted to recognize that. It went by too quickly. And development services, keep up the good work. Keep up these workshops. You're hanging in there, and I appreciate it. Thank you, and to our legal team. That's it.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher, was your business concluded?
It was, thank you.
Okay. Let's do two things at this point before we get into the next three, what could be lengthy discussions.
I'll try to make. But go ahead.
Is let's move to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock because the 9:30 extension is coming up. And while some of you have gotten to wander around over the last 3.5 hours, others of us haven't. So after we vote to extend the meeting, can we take like a 3 to 5 minute recess? Okay. All right, so we have a motion to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock. We have a second. We have a second. All in favor? All right, any opposed? All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, let's reconvene. We'll close the recess and hopefully move this meeting along. Mr. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now we get to talk about something positive, which is clean and green. So let's talk solar. I'm going to go through a few things here, and I'd like the city to consider solar generation. We have an opportunity to potentially generate 25 megawatts of clean, reliable, sustainable energy. City of Homestead owns its own electric utility. However, over the years, I don't think the city has invested sufficient capital to maintain or upgrade its generation efforts. I don't know if you guys have been over to the facility, but those generators we have are not in the best condition, and they're not used very often. The city currently has power service agreements with various power suppliers, which through those agreements, we've been extremely successful. We've positioned ourselves pretty well, and through that, we've become the second lowest cost per kilowatt in the state. However, some of those agreements are set to expire within the next 5 to 10 years. And depending on market conditions, we don't have control over what those new prices will be to purchase that energy. Therefore, this discussion is so that the city can start proactively looking for ways for us to maintain and provide the customers with the best low-cost energy on the market. So I'm going to go through a quick little slideshow so that we can understand what I'm talking about. The City of Homestead is growing, and so is the demand for power. In line with the current goals of increasing reliability through infrastructure, redundancy, and system configuration, we would like to review the feasibility of a local solar power plant, investing in local generation over continuing to have purchase power agreements. The ask tonight is going to be for our staff to do an internal review and confirm the viability of a solar power plant and the positive aspects of that project. Redundancy and resiliency. How will having a local PV battery generation affect our power grid and demand solution? robust green energy. A solar farm represents a robust solution that guarantees green energy. And I don't know if you guys have noticed that recently the federal government passed legislation on the Inflation Reduction Act, which in that legislation, it's the greatest contribution towards clean energy that this country has ever had. And the timing is perfect because there are a lot of things in that legislation that put us in a very good position to take advantage of having something like this come to fruition now. A 25 megawatt power plant, you know, we currently use 126 megawatts in our peak season. When I went over to the power plant and I saw the generator, I asked, you know, how much does this generator produce? And they told me two megawatts. So then I asked, how many do we have? And they said, we have 10. Am I correct on that, Mr. Manager? 10 generators? The point of what I'm trying to say is there's nowhere near the amount of energy that we currently need. So for us not being able to invest and maintain and upgrade our facilities, we've gotten to the point where it's just cheaper to buy energy than it is to generate energy. However, with a 25 megawatt power plant, I believe that's a viable solution, and the goal is to generate 75 over a course of 3 phases. However, we like to start with pilot programs, so we want to start with something small that we know is doable before we get into something over our head. From our utilities director, she has also told us in the past that it's about $1 million to generate 1 megawatt, which is basically similar when it comes to solar. We would also like to consider adding, you know, battery storage. It's an energy storage solution will allow our energy division to deliver a smooth curve to supply the local demand. And energy storage is estimated at $300 per megawatt, $300K per megawatt. What I also like us to consider is having 25 years, because there's a lot of talk about, you know, after you have some solar panels, you have to, you know, replace them after a certain number of years. The technology has gotten so advanced and it's not that expensive as it used to be. So now it's available for a lot of people to afford. So the solar solution that I'd like to have would have a 25 support to guarantee the optimal level of generation. I want us to consider using tier 1, you know, materials. The panels would be produced, made in the United States or Canada. I'm not talking about doing anything overseas. And it's building capacity, future-proof. Working with the top brands, local provider is imperative to have reliable support and warranty. So given the fact that we may not truly understand exactly how to manage a solar power plant, I think we might want to build in having some sort of support, some sort of joint venture so that somebody that does really know how to do this is available. 25 years of solar power, the future is now. A real viable solution to solar generation contemplates a robust and resilient program that allows for growth. Our goal is to build for the future and guarantee sustainable growth for our community. Our community will use green energy, and the revenue from power will represent steady growth. We want to lock in power costs, bring the industrial growth to our community, and retail it with competitive energy pricing over time. We also want to support local industrial growth within renewable energy that will help Homestead growth. Continue to have a robust grid, lock in a robust grid infrastructure that makes fast response to energy demand possible. So if we talk a little bit about numbers, working on sustainable, scalable power generation solution has to be backed by a viable financial model. The goal is to generate enough local energy to be able to finance a solar power plant within a 10-year return on investment. That number is key, 10-year, then we own it, then it's ours. We get to sell that power and generate revenue for the city. By going solar, we can look into the cost of energy and be able to offer South Florida the most competitive energy costs to our city. Like I was saying before, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, $369 billion in funding for climate change, for climate change-related and clean energy initiatives. The investment tax credits can potentially give us a 50% tax break for solar generation power plant. We want to invest in decarbonizing all sectors of the economy through targeted federal support, innovation, eliminating solution. So this is a small depiction of what we currently have. Again, if you guys go over there, it's not anything near what it should look like, and I'm wanting us to look at the future, and I think the future of solar is here. So again, tonight what I wanted to do was bring up this topic because of the timing of what happened with recent federal legislation. And I want the ask of this body to be, if we can have our staff look into a feasibility study, see if it's possible to do a 25 megawatt solar farm here in the city of Homestead, just to make myself very clear on what the ask is. Do we have any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So today being the first day of school, I didn't have time to get as much done on this as I wanted to. And now seeing the time, I'm pretty glad that I didn't. But a few things to keep in mind. Well, first, one question. Did you figure out what type of footprint the 25?
It's 80 acres.
80 acres, okay. So a couple things to keep in mind, because definitely, I love this, we need to do it, we are the Sunshine State, there is no reason why we shouldn't be the leading in solar. I think that being on the water, we also should look at wind. You know, I just came back from visiting my family in Holland. Obviously, windmills have come a long way. They can just be structures coming out of the water that don't hurt or do any damage to the wildlife or animals. Another thing, I believe it's Poland who has been doing a lot with solar panels floating out on the water. So we can see what square footage we have. Obviously, the man-made waters are what we're looking at. Last year, there was something with the League of Cities where they were discussing some of these things that were coming up as far as benefits to the cities. And I don't know how far it's come, but they've also looked at ways that these floating solar panels can help living creatures and plants because of issues with temperatures changing. So just something to keep in mind. And then the last thing is, because it would obviously hurt to give up such a big footprint of our city to these panels, what type of incentives could we offer new construction or existing construction with flat roofs to have panels installed on their roofs? You know, in the Park of Commerce, these 4 new buildings, what would that look like as far as how many megawatts? And if it's something that is not taking away from our available land and helping these businesses, that could be a potential win-win. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So to answer some of your questions, the feasibility study that I'd like staff to do would be to look at land that's outside of the urban boundary or something that is not going to potentially be developed with commercial or residential. So probably land that we were never going to do anything on anyways. And I also know that recently I had a conversation with Miami-Dade Durham, and there were some talks about having solar panels on the lake of the racetrack. I believe somewhere out there, and there were some things that didn't allow it to happen, or the person or that group never came back. But Miami-Dade County made it clear in an email today that they'd love for us to spearhead this and they'd be a partner to go after grants and to go after all of the opportunities that we have, so we can continue to push, you know, reliable, sustainable energy. We know that our mayor is a big environmental supporter. So I think the timing is perfect. I think the timing is perfect for solar. Councilman Fletcher.
Thank you. This just happens to be one of the areas that I am pretty smart in. I wasn't going to talk because we all wanted to kind of get home tonight, but I'm all for your idea, okay?
Yep.
But I do have some big concerns because I've worked for the largest provider in this area, both solar and wind, and you know, there's some cost recovery issues when it comes to the current technology. It's getting better every day, and the storage capacities are getting better every day, but do you know what the capability factor of solar panels are right now in the state of Florida? Or United States, right? It's 27%. So like a day like today, this morning, a little sunny, we're generating power. Day in the afternoon with no sun, no power. So 27%, wind's about 30%. One of the things that I just started working for a new company. Just so happens they to be, I think they're the future of energy because it's small nuclear reactors that generate a lot of power and they're very safe. And I will have that discussion with the city manager when the time comes because, you know, it's 5 to 10 years down the road before that technology is going to be installed, but that's going to be the future, I believe. This is part of it.
Yep.
And I told you, the city manager earlier, I owe him a photo. Somebody sent me a photo of like a parking lot covered with solar panels that would generate the power to power this building to offset our carbon footprint. You know, things of that nature. Plus, it keeps our cars cool.
Yeah.
And it could charge cars. So those are the things we need to look at. Let's have that feasibility, and I will send that photo to you soon, Mr. Mayor. That's all. Thank you.
Council?
Thank you. So again, the city hasn't made any investments or hasn't generated a lot of power. So the ask again is to have staff do a feasibility study so that we could see if it's viable for our city. And then we can get into all of the, you know, nuts and bolts that Councilman Flesher's talking about. And we'll see if it makes sense and then have that conversation again. But at least we're making the right step forward to start generating our own power.
Well, and in that regard, I think a dual track of inquiry would be with our crackerjack federal lobbyists who are on top of these grant opportunities and know the nuts and bolts of this legislation before the president's ink on the president's signature dries. You know, sometimes you can't believe the headlines of what's in, much less the title of the bills, much less the headlines as to what's in the bill. But if there's something there, and if you're talking about $1 million a megawatt to buy and install solar panels to produce 25 megawatts, it's only $25 million out of the $369 billion allocation here. You know, so I don't have a problem with, you know, okay, where might we put it? How reliable is it? And how are we going to pay for it? You know, and again, it's only one piece of the bigger puzzle because our needs today, that 25 megawatts, is only about 20% of our peak requirements. Every little bit helps, and it's something we need to be, if we are going to remain in the power generation business, it's something we need to look at.
Agreed. There's also something called carbon credits that you could sell. You know, I'm not an expert at it, but I know there are a lot of incentives that make this style of power generation the most attractive, in my opinion, with all of the legislation that's happening now. Just, you know, electric cars. I mean, there's a lot of things that are giving us incentives for credits. There's things that we could then sell at peak times. So again, all I'm asking is that we ask staff to do a feasibility study. Councilman Avila.
Yes, I have a question. Did you identify who you wanted the study to be done with?
No, I wanted staff to identify that.
Okay. Any recommendations from staff? No?
Depending on the cost, we'd have to go out for a solicitation to determine, you know, who we would bring in to go ahead and do this analysis. It may fall under professional services. I got to sit down with procurement and legal and take a look at that.
Miami-Dade County's also offered to utilize their consultants if we'd like to.
Yeah, we'll definitely reach out, Vice
Name the
Mayor.
entity that brought us the RTZ.
FMEA too, that's another.
You need a motion, or is that direction?
I'd like one. I'd like a motion.
I make the motion to have staff conduct a feasibility study.
I'll second that motion.
Well, okay, but isn't it kind of like you're gonna have to spend time crafting the scope and then go out and see what power expert can come back and do that analysis? Like an RFP almost.
Yes.
You've got to make sure that your ask is complete before you get that,
But
that proposal to do the study.
And I have the parameters, 25 megawatts. It's basically what we're looking for. But to answer Councilwoman Bailey's question, right now, residential can put up their own solar panels and they get reimbursement from the city. And I believe there's a couple of commercial entities out there that have put solar panels on their roofs as well and are receiving power. And just a friendly reminder, right now we get about 20% of our power from renewable. This is from waste to energy from the Covanta plant up in Doral with the St. Lucie nuclear power plant as well. So we got 20% there. We're actually talking to Covanta now to increase that an additional 10% of power. And it's one of the lowest power cost agreements that we have right now of all our providers. And we are, and council approved, and I want to say this was a couple of years ago, 2 additional agreements with FMPA. So hopefully in the next 2 years, we'll be close to 40% renewable power that the cities generate. So we have been working on this for a while, but we'll be more than happy to go ahead and do the feasibility study to see if it pays for us to have our own solar farm, to go ahead and do that.
I mean, it's gonna set the stage for us to, be a leader in doing the right thing when it comes to. I mean, I do believe in solar, not solar, in carbon.
Decarbonization. Carbon neutral.
Everybody talks about the whole
Carbon
thing.
neutral.
Okay, I do believe in that. I want to get to carbon neutral. But I know that bringing something for this body to say, let's do the entire, amount of megawatt usage we use, you would say no at the onset. So I'm saying, let's start in small bites. That's where I'm at. Councilman Fletcher.
Just one additional
I think
question.
the manager's got his direction to at least begin to craft what the ask would be, and then he's gonna have to come back to us for approval of that study, the expense of that study.
Correct.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, just the Florida Municipal Power Association, I'm sure already has some of these costs. FMPA probably already has some of these costs identified.
And help us with yeah.
I'm ahead of you, Councilman, but you're correct, yes.
And the reason it's lower cost is because the president, last couple of presidents have signed that energy bill credit. But who's paying for it in the long run? All of us again, so.
Well, but, the tax credits that were mentioned in the presentation really don't apply to us because we don't pay taxes anyway. FPL does, and that's why they now suddenly love solar and other mega public utilities that do pay taxes.
I do believe those credits do apply to us because they are for commercial generation.
The tax credits reduce your tax bill. We don't have a tax bill.
Not that tax credit. I was talking about
Carbon
something else.
credit.
Carbon credits.
That's something we can sell.
Carbon
yes.
credits. Okay, so do you have enough direction? Do we need to? Do we need to?
I have the direction. I have the
So
direction.
you don't need the motion?
He's comfortable.
All right.
No, just a wink and a nod, and we're off to it.
Got it.
Okay.
Next item.
Next item. In your packets, you're going to see that the demographics of the city of Homestead show that we have a 65% Hispanic Latino population. So what I'm asking for us to do, since the cable channels already provide us with a specific channel, I think, AT&T and Comcast have a specific channel, but we also have media communication through Josh Padgett, who does Inside Homestead, does all his stuff. So what I'm asking today is that we do exactly what Josh does. the exact same message that he puts out in Spanish, with the person doing that being a Spanish speaking, with Spanish being their first language, so that the audience may relate a little bit better. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes,
We
I
put a
do.
price tag on it.
Go ahead, Mr. Roth.
Thank you. So will I get an interpreter when I get interviewed? Because I don't speak Spanish.
No.
So how do they interview me if they speak Spanish?
Well, when you don't speak Spanish, then you'll have somebody giving, the Google Translate, but those of us here that do speak Spanish could, be up there having that conversation with that person.
No, I would like to have a translator. I'd like somebody to translate for me.
Okay.
Or a voiceover. Or maybe Google can just, I
Subtitles.
can say it in English and Google just automatically translate my voice into Spanish.
You can't trust that.
Huh? You can't trust Google? Come on, really?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, it's 10 o'clock at night.
We
So
can make
I'm
it
just-
whatever you want. I'm just saying that there's like 80,000, 84,000 people, 65% are Hispanic,
yeah.
and we're not giving them, any information in their first language, in their
I get
language.
You're assuming that entire population doesn't speak English, though.
I mean, I make the bet that there's a very large portion of them that do not speak English.
I agree with that. Yeah, what's the price tag? Yes.
So I love the idea, and I have been wanting this for a while, but I think that it's better and more cost-effective to just keep the same channel and maybe have a segment of the day, Homestead en español a las 8, algo así, where you can have a segment where it's, where there's voiceovers, where there's, another Josh Pageant 2.0 speaking Spanish.
One's enough.
One,
Hi, Josh.
one's enough. But, maybe not repeating everything, but just, updates or news flashes in Spanish, one-to-one, and then doing the voiceover of the interviews replayed in the second half of that day. I don't necessarily think it's necessary to have a whole second channel. I think that could be confusing having two different channels.
No, I'm not saying or suggesting two different channels. I just think that we have a beautiful studio in the building that gets used very little. So as soon as one segment is done, then the next segment happens in the same studio. There's nothing to do with any additional channels. All in the same place doing the exact same thing. And I don't think there necessarily is a price tag right now. I mean, there may be a way to...
Josh doesn't do it for free.
Well,
I wouldn't expect a Spanish speaker to do it for free.
There are ways that staff can probably go out there and find, somebody maybe wants to do it because he's going to get more attention on their social media channel. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there, but we want them to do a specific task. I would leave it up to staff to figure that out, and then I would think that that person would be a subordinate of Josh, so that the message is always clearly going to be the same.
Thank you. As someone that any event or anything, any news that I want to get out there, I make sure that our flyers go out in Spanish and in Creole. So maybe a good way to start this would be to contact a few people in the community, possibly even starting with the Southwest Advisory Committee, and maybe getting some volunteers that would help translate portions of those messages. On social media that the subtitles come out in Spanish. But maybe we can do something both in Spanish and Creole that is a recap of every meeting or every news segment. Just an idea.
Sounds great. I think my request is to direct staff to go out and find the people that are going to provide that message. I just wanted to get a consensus from this body.
Certainly, and I think the fastest, easiest, and cheapest way to start may be to do all of our social media posts in English and then again in Spanish, and migrate into the personality, the on-air personality. But you're right, we are not getting to a huge segment of our population by by not having at least two languages being put out there.
I have another idea. Talking about personalities, maybe there's some opportunity to touch base with the Seminole Theater actors and actresses, and maybe they'll want to, not to say that it's all a performance, but that they might have the talent and the visual aspects to be in front of a camera and to repeat. What are you saying, Mayor? I see you. But I think that that might be a good opportunity where they can spend some of their time volunteering, as Councilwoman Bailey said. So
That's a great idea, but I'm literally thinking about the college across the street. I'm sure they have a media degree, and I'm sure those kids and those professors would, fall over each other just to come out and help us out with something like this. So I'll meet with the PIO and staff, kind of see how this would be structured, get an idea of cost. We'll see if we can reach out to the college, Seminole Theater, whoever else we need to. And then, once we have, cinched down how this is going to work, obviously update you on and see how you want to proceed.
Remember, we want to take small bites at things, right? We don't want to have too many Indians, not enough chiefs. Start small and work your way into something bigger, which is why I wanted to keep it simple, one at a time. Because if we start inviting all these different personalities, then it gets a little convoluted and a little out of control. I think giving Josh, if that's the will of this council, giving him the ability to kind of control that one person makes the most sense in my opinion. Or if it was two, for example, if there were the Creole person. But I think starting with the biggest population is what I wanted to do. Make sense?
Absolutely.
So
we're going to have the manager come back and give us a roadmap to, have the manager come back and give us a roadmap to how we're going to implement at first blush the Spanish language information that the city puts out, whether it be through Inside Homestead or all of its social media platforms.
And in social media, we do have translation for the posts. I don't think we do Creole right now, but we do Spanish. Right. But yeah.
How much time do you think you need on that, Mr. Manager?
Let me talk to the team first. Let me talk to Camila and the rest of the team, and we can let you know by the end of the week or early
Vice
next
Mayor,
week.
I think it's important that we do include the Creole because that's the Haitian community is a large part of our Southwest section, for example, and I think a lot of the stuff that we're doing here on council is impacting that area, and I think it's important that the message goes out. And I love that you take the small bites, and I'm a little bit more like holistic, and I want the bigger picture. It's good balance, but it sounds like we have a lot of resources, which is positive. So I say we trust staff to talk to Josh, get his input on how it should be managed and logistically, set about, and bring it back to us. It's a great idea, and I appreciate you bringing it to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
That conclude your business?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, you left me with 35 minutes. Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Okay. My first item tonight in the agenda is a resolution for consideration asking the county commission to address the several items of concern that have been identified. I call them the devil in the details of the RTZ ordinance. Those items are attached to the actual resolution, and I know my letter that went to several of our commissioners was included in your later provided. I do want to make note that the signage issue, one of our bullet points is to signs. The revision that was not available to us at the time this went into the package does in fact dispense with and does not take jurisdiction of signage within the RTZ away from us. So I was concerned about the, our customized signage, the street signage, wayfinding signage, or perhaps the county being more liberal in what's permitted generally under their ordinances than what we permit. Beyond that, all of the concerns that are in the punch list attached to the resolution remain unresolved. And I wanted to get hopefully your input and approval to pass this resolution. Of course, the attachment would delete the signage issue. It's my intention to go to the county commission meeting on September 1st when this is agendaed to deliberated. I want us to be loud and clear that while we support, the concept and the intent of the RTZ, these issues are important to our community, maybe unlike any others. Think about it. No other community comes close nearby to having a true downtown, or certainly a downtown that's impacted by the RTZ, other than, to a certain extent, South Miami. Pinecrest, Palmetto Bay, Cutler Bay, and Florida City, to a large extent, don't really have that historic, long-term, identifiable downtown that could be dramatically impacted by some of these details. Councilman Roth, do you have a question? Okay. No, you wanted to go through it. We'll determine what the impact fees are. We've had a lot of discussions tonight about the workforce housing mandate, that certainly we are out of proportion in rentals and subsidized rentals in this community. That mandate would further put the balance out of whack. It's interesting, and I can't for the life of me understand what this is. But the RTZ as written provides that if you have an existing industrial use, you're good, and you continue that use forever. But if, let's say, you decided to do something new, or you sold your industrial property and someone came in with a new use, or your industrial property was vacant, the language of the current RTZ requires you to do a mixed use with industrial. Okay, let's put that in real terms here. As just a real in-our-face example. We have auto recycling centers, because it's not polite to say junkyards anymore, auto recycling centers in very close proximity to our downtown. That may not be the best use. So as long as that auto recycling center is there in the RTZ, it's allowed to remain. But if they sell, and let's say a fence company wants to go there, the fence company has to incorporate, in order to get permits and building and so forth, they would have to incorporate a mixed use. So that kind of locks us in my example, to that more less desirable use, and kind of really prevents the full reuse of industrial properties. And I just really, I can't make sense of that. One of the other, obviously, we've talked about, they've actually called out in the ordinance expansion areas and county-owned property within an RTZ, within a municipality, is no longer in the land use jurisdiction of that municipality. Under the charts that are contained in this ordinance, the county would have the right on that particular 4 acres under this ordinance to come in and build up to 250 units per acre, 25 stories high. 3.25 times the height of our parking garage, looming over downtown. 1,000 units right there in a 4 acre spot. That's really not compatible, not in character with our community. And finally, there was concern that, let's say your business burns down, blows away, burns down, whatever the case may be. There's language in here that we believe can be construed as you can't rebuild unless you build to the new code. Nor could we, let's just say hypothetically speaking, if we could go to Florida City and get the Homestead Station Master's house back and bring it to somewhere near downtown, that would not be permitted. It doesn't comply with the floor area ratios of the RTZ. The Redland Hotel burned down. Perhaps it couldn't be rebuilt as a Redland Hotel or a sub shop. Those, I think, are the far-reaching unintended consequences that are more unique to the coverage of the RTZ overlays to Homestead than many other communities. And I would like to be able to go armed to the commission with this resolution, not opposing the RTZ, not opposing the concept, but bringing these, what I've called devil in the details, to their attention to hopefully get some relief or some consideration of these issues that are specific to the second oldest city in the county and still one of the fastest growing. So with the exception of the signage included in the attachment, I would appreciate a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll second it.
Vice Mayor. Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Question or comment by Councilman Roth?
Yes. So, thank you for doing all this homework. This is very in-depth stuff. But are you saying that the county potentially is taking away rights of property owners by doing what they're doing?
Yes.
So when you're saying, so the industrial, if you sell the property, now you have to go industrial mixed use, which actually will drag the value of that property down. So I would assume they're going to have a lot of legal hurdles to get past some of this stuff too, because you can't take away the entitlements of people who own the property today. Even if they sell it, you shouldn't be able to. We can't do that. Our city attorney says we can't do that. And it doesn't register with me that they can do that inside the municipality. I get it. If they own the land inside the municipality.
But as it stands now, they have to build to our code. Homestead Gardens, for example.
Right.
We gave concessions in order to redevelop Homestead Gardens.
Correct.
That's county-owned land.
Right.
Under the and now Homestead Gardens is not within the RTZ.
Right.
But using that analogy, this 4 acres that is partially developed now that I believe is ripe for one of those RAD programs, the county can come in and do that without coming before us, the 250 units per acre, because it's county-owned.
Right.
Not only county-owned now, but what they may acquire in the future.
Right. And we can't fight that. We can't stop that. Legally,
They've taken the position that the county charter enables them to preempt us in that regard. Clearly, that's one of the first questions that was asked. There have been groups of mayors that have met many times.
Right.
Yes. We there may be communities that spend a lot of money to fight this, to litigate this after the fact. That's not where, we're going to take care, try to deal with it up front, then litigate it forever.
Yeah, no, listen. We have to fight these battles as they come before us, and this is going to be a battle, I think.
Well, we've got to be very diligent on these things. And it's been over a year ago now when Mr. Corradino brought this to our attention, and I appreciate when he was serving as the president of the League of Cities, and as the call to action across the county. Very few communities are impacted, I believe, the way our community could be impacted by the adoption of this ordinance.
I understand. Well, yeah, you got my support on this. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Anything from the public? Yes. Yes, there is a motion in a second. All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilman Bailey? Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. My last item of business tonight is to just make the announcement and ask that we publicize that there is a vacancy on the Homestead Housing Authority Board. One of my first appointees found it necessary to resign, and we need to fill her position. And with that, if there's nothing further, do we have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor? Thank you all. Good night.